moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Benson.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you all for being here this evening. Madam County Manager, are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
Yes, thank you. For suspension of the rules and changes to the agenda are as follows. 9B, Behavioral Health Authority Division for fiscal year 27 DFA detoxification grant. Staff requests suspension of the rules for the adoption at introduction to meet DFA guidelines for the grant renewal. This item would be moved for adoption of resolutions as item 8C. For 9C, I apologize, that was 9B. 9C, Behavioral Health Authority Division for fiscal year 27 DFA distribution grant. Staff requests suspension of the rules for adoption at introduction, again to meet the DFA guidelines for the grant renewal. This item would be moved to adoption of resolution as item 8D. For item 9D, this is Technical Services Special Project Review for the 2025 Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Action Plan. Staff requests suspension of the rules for adoption as at introduction to proceed with applying for the federal build grants that are due in February. This item would be moved to adoption of a resolution as item 8E. Item 9E, Technical Services, New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration Capital Outlay Agreement for funding to support the Mountain View Project Phase 1. Staff requests suspension of the rules for adoption and introduction to proceed with bidding the project. And if we can, we'd like to move the item to consent as item 5I. Did I capture all of them?
Yes, thank you, Madam County Manager. I would like to clarify that there is a request to also move items 9B, which would have been the new 8C to consent, along with 9C to consent. So in reordering of things as they are published, 9B would effectively become, 5I, 9C would become 5J, and 9E would become 5K.
Thank you very much. And we're looking at that just given the length of the agenda and that we hope we responded to your questions. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. And so I so moved. Can I have a second? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not going to really oppose it, but I do want to just flag the quick action on the bicycle pedestrian safety action plan. I'm just, not sure that not having that approved precludes us from applying for these grants, just because I think it's a really important plan and, it deserves the light of day and it deserves to be, thoroughly advertised to the public, to our bicyclists or pedestrians. I'm not going to oppose the quick action on it, but I just wanted to flag to the county manager and staff that, I'm not sure that really needs to move that quickly, but be that as it may.
And,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And through the chair, what we can do is get an affirmation for you just to demonstrate that. But I concur with you. It's a really exciting plan. It would be great if we could honestly dig into it even longer. I will also just, but I'll ask staff to confirm that. Thank you.
Yes, and Commissioner Baca.
Madam Chair, I have a suggestion. Maybe we can just bring them as an informational item at a future agenda. We can pass it on consent because I do feel like talking about that and getting our bicyclists and our walking community here to hear about it is important. But in the future, if we could make it a informational,
And
pass it tonight and just have a presentation about what we're doing on that in the future.
This is for, we would be adopting a resolution tonight, right? So this will be heard at 8E, so it won't be on consent? we would present on it tonight.
So what will be on consent is the capital outlay agreement for Mountain View, what we're doing for.
Leaving D on there. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I wrote it
We're-
wrong.
No, but I think the commission, what the point was is that
Got it.
introducing it and then getting to hear it, but we were nervous about missing opportunities for fundraising for it.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, great. So moved, and it's been seconded. Can we, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. We have an agenda. So now we will move into the public comment and communications part of our agenda. We will, before we hear communications, we like to instruct to folks that each person has 2 minutes. You'll be alerted about your remaining time. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium if you're speaking in person before making your statements. So you can come up before, and please state your name for the record. To maintain order and decorum and the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present, speakers must adhere to the 2 minutes time limit, and if the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. Javier, please call the names of any speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we have a total of 20 speakers in person with 8 speakers on Zoom. Please line up at the podium when your name is called, and when it is your turn to speak, please state your name for the record. We will start with Thomas Jenkins, followed by John Cadigan, followed by Chad Matheson.
You can go ahead and line up if you know that even.
Thomas Jenkins, followed by John Cadigan, followed by Chad Matheson, followed by Deborah Burns.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Lindstrom.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Well, good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Chad Matheson, Interim President and CEO for the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to acknowledge the intent behind both the data center resolution as well as the community benefit resolution before you tonight, each of which focus on responsible growth and improving economic outcomes for Bernalillo County residents. My comments this evening are offered through the lens of site selection and regional competitiveness. When companies evaluate locations, either for a new inward investment or an expansion, they compare communities across New Mexico and the United States. These evaluations are strategic in nature and often align around infrastructure readiness, regulatory certainty, speed to market, and clarity of process. For that reason, we respectfully encourage the Commission to pause action on the data center resolution to allow for additional technical input and refinement. We also want to flag the introduction for the community benefit framework and rubric. While its goals are similarly well-intentioned, introducing 2 major policy frameworks in parallel increases risks of uncertainty and misalignment between implementation. For this reason, we strongly encourage pairing community input with engagement from site selection professionals, utilities, workforce partners, and economic development practitioners who are responsible for executing these policies in practice. Bernalillo County competes daily with peer regions who are refining their frameworks for inward investment, both for infrastructure enabling investment and industry investment. Remaining competitive does not mean compromising values. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thomas Jenkins, followed by John Cadigan, followed by Deborah Burns, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the data center resolution being considered tonight. My name is Deborah Burns. I'm the CEO of InvestUS, which was co-founded with some other economic developers, Mark Lautman, to focus on bringing new capital and funding economic development projects that benefit New Mexicans. And so our study of data centers as a potential catalyst for economic growth and positive community impact is the basis for my comments on the resolution as presented. I think technology has advanced sufficiently that you can indeed develop data centers where the power supply is 100% renewable. And it can, if it's off-grid, have no impact on ratepayers. In addition, the technology exists to generate renewable energy without any use of water. And now the technology exists for cooling data centers without water. So zero water impact. The only water needed on a site like that would be for personal use, sinks and toilets. So I have no issue with those elements of the resolution. As a person that's trying to bring positive community impact through a data center as a catalyst for economic growth, I would respectfully like to suggest that the 90% construction workforce threshold and the 95% operational workforce threshold are non-starters for a variety of reasons. One, many of these data centers, including one I'm working with right now, are so highly specialized in terms of both the technologies to construct them and also to operate them, that it's very unlikely initially that there will be qualified workforce, and those projects will basically go somewhere else. Secondly, while I would like to see, and most data center, sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Richard Moore, followed by Elizabeth Cunha, followed by Tiffany Cunningham.
Well, good evening. Happy 2026, Madam Chair and members of the County Commission. I am an alternative health doctor and minister who waited 9 years legally to become a naturalized American citizen and taxpayer. This month, we, the people of New Mexico, honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and remember his legacy of championing civil rights, faith, justice, and freedom, which has left a lasting impact on America. Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech during the March on Washington in 1963 inspired generations to no longer judge the neighbor by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Martin Luther King embodied the values we Americans and New Mexicans hold dear. The Republican Party was originally founded as the Anti-Slavery Party in 1854, with President Abraham Lincoln, who founded the Republican Party, issuing the Emancipation Proclamation and supporting the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to abolish slavery and grant citizenship and voting rights in that order to Black Americans. Dr. King's life and activism remind us of the power of standing up for what is right, even when we're in the minority. So starting this year, 2026, let us honor Dr. King's legacy by carrying on his message of God's unconditional love and unity, whether you're Democrat, Republican, DTS, Independent, etc. We're all humans who make the same mistakes and therefore not perfect, because we have a God who loves us so much that he's perfecting our imperfections if we humbly surrender our life to him daily. In 2026, at the end of the day, can we all American citizens remind ourselves the U.S. motto, "In God we trust," so that God may bless our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunel.
Richard Moore, followed by Elizabeth Cunha, followed by Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Keegan Askew Rose.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I have been the honor, and my name is Eli Cuna, a community organizer, to really see the amazing work that the County Commissioner has been doing through different engagement of economic development to redefine what economic development means. And for that reason, because of that amazing job that you have been doing in the past, months, I'm really here to support the introduction of the resolution of community benefit priorities of Commissioner Baca. I believe that is grounded of the work of innovative and responsible economic development for our county. And also, I'm here to support the resolution for accountability for data centers. Because if there is no accountability in any economic development, then this is extraction. So it's a reminder that when economic development is happening in the right way, needs community input, needs the awareness of our land, of our water, of our air. And that's the only way that we can really be prosper as a community and ensure that our kids will have a place to continue living even when big corporation comes offering a lot of jobs. Thank you so much for everything.
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Keegan Eskew Rose, followed by Ricardo Paz, followed by Carolina Carrillo.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I appreciate what you do for our community. I really do. Thank you for your hard work, all of you. I'm here in favor of Commissioner Baca's resolution, also Commissioner Olivas's resolution. I'm really thankful for the steering committee that you all created and the work that you put in this past year, listening to the community, listening to workers, listening to small businesses. And I know that it's a hard balance when it comes to community benefits and being competitive, as the gentleman before said. But I think sustainability is always number one. Without a healthy planet, we don't have food, we don't have water, and we live in a desert, so water is specifically key here. So I'm thankful that that this is all coming together. I don't think the two are separate. I feel that in the past, the people who have come into our community have not really lived up to the investment that we've put into them. Netflix has not lived up to their responsibilities and their commitments. I don't think Amazon really pays a living wage for people. It does not provide a sustainable economy for our community. We have to start investing in our own people, and I think that this rubric is brilliant because at least it's a start. Really, if we think about the people that are leaving our state, our youth, all this talent and all this potential, it's because they're not being invested in. So I know it's hard to find that balance, but please invest in us, believe in us. A strong economy is built on a strong, skilled, educated workforce. And we need to create that here in our community. So thank you for your time. And also, we need to make sure that we hold them accountable. We're happy to do that as a community. We'll do it. I know that we don't want to put more work on your plate. I know that's hard too. So we're ready to be here watching and be a part of this. So please adopt it and move it forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record? Sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Do you want me to ask her to come up? Okay.
Tiffany Cunningham.
It's okay. Because he said so many names, we asked folks to state their name. Just state your name for the
Oh,
record.
Tiffany Cunningham.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Keegan Eskew Rose, followed by Ricardo Paz, followed by Carolina Carrillo, followed by Emmett Yapa.
Keegan Allen Rose. Chair and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As I greet you all, I would like to begin in my language. Yate. This word is more than hello. It carries a wish for harmony, balance, and beauty. It reflects a worldview rooted in wellness, responsibility, and our relationship with one another and with the land. Every greeting in my language carries this intention, and I offer it today on behalf of Indigenous people everywhere, because what is good for Indigenous people is good for everyone. When we protect water, land, workers, and community health, we all thrive. My name is Keegan Allen Rose, and I am a resident, a worker, and community member. I come from the Navajo Nation, Kiowa Pueblo, and Albuquerque itself. I am here in strong support of the resolution holding data center projects accountable in our community, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Olivas, as well as the introduction of the resolution of Bernalillo County Economic Development Strategy, sponsored by Commissioner Barbara Baca. Bernalillo County is facing increasing pressure to host large data centers and AI projects that demand enormous amounts of water and energy. In a desert region, we cannot ignore that reality. This resolution sets a necessary and responsible standard. If developers want public incentives, they must provide a real public benefit, not just promises. I support this resolution because it protects our water and air, requires 100% renewable, zero carbon energy, prioritizes in-state workers, apprenticeships, and living wages, and so forth. Economic development should strengthen our communities, not extract from them. Bernalillo County has the opportunity today to lead with accountability, foresight, and care for future generations. I would like to expand upon this by saying information is not knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. You need experience to gain wisdom. These are not abstract ideals. They are grounded in what our communities have learned through experience, what actually strengthens people, land, and future generations. This resolution is not anti-technology. It is pro-wisdom. It is pro-accountability. It is pro-community. If companies want public dollars, they must meet public standards. If they cannot meet those standards, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Ricardo Paz, followed by Carolina Carrillo, followed by Emmett Yepa, followed by Samantha Hobbs.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ricardo Paz. I have been a teacher for 25 years, and I am also a member of Organized Power in Numbers. I'm here to express my support for Commissioner Baca's resolution that concretely outlines a community-based approach to engaging incoming economic development projects. As a teacher, I have been utilizing rubrics for almost every activity in my classroom for all these years. Rubrics serve as a clear educational framework that defines high standards through the detailed, visible performance levels. I strongly believe the utilization of rubrics for projects will be beneficial to our community, particularly when it comes to transparency and equity. For instance, rubrics clearly outline expectations and goals to all stakeholders, including community members, staff, and partners. Transparency builds trust and accountability, showing stakeholders that the project is credible and ethical through a data-based approach ahead of distributing resources to said project. Whether it's in a school classroom grading students' tests or partners evaluating a program or a community project, using the same terminology in every stage of the process ensures alignment with the organizational goals, providing a transparent roadmap for growth and success. Rubrics also provide equity by leveling the playing field, particularly for marginalized or underrepresented groups, such as incentivizing more support for small businesses or increase the training opportunities for workers. In addition to a rubric, a body made of community members overseeing this process will be ideal and will further build trust in the process. Lastly, the rubric and community bodies should have some level of input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolina Carrillo, followed by Emmett Yepa, followed by Samantha Hobbs, followed by Riley Embler.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carolina Carrillo, and I'm a mother and a community member and part of the Semilla project here in Bernalillo County. I'm here in strong support of the resolution holding data center projects accountable in our community, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Olivas. I'm speaking today not just an advocate, but as a mom, like many parents in this county. I think every day about the world we are living in for our children, whether they will have a clean water, clean air, affordable utilities, and a real opportunities to build sustainable future here at home. This resolution sets an important necessary standard. If developers want public incentives, they must deliver a clear net public benefit, not just promises. I support this resolution because it protects our water and our future for future generations. I prioritize in state workers, apprenticeships, and living wages for families can thrive. As a mom, I believe we have a responsibility to plan with care and accountability. Today, Bernalillo County has the opportunity to lead by setting a clear limits and putting people first. I respectfully ask you to vote yes on this resolution and stand up for our water, our air, and our workers and the future children deserve. Thank you so much.
Emmett Yepa, followed by Samantha Hobbs, followed by Riley Embler, followed by George Lujan.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Emma Yipa with the Samia Project. We work with BIPOC youth, communities, families across Bernalillo County to support quality jobs, healthy communities, and a sustainable future. We support the introduction of the Bernalillo County Economic Development Strategy Resolution. Economic development should earn public support by delivering real community benefits. This resolution creates a clear, transparent way to evaluate projects seeking county incentives and ensures public dollars are tied to outcomes like local hiring, workforce development, sustainability, and accountability. As AI and data centers expand, their impact on water, energy, workers, and the cost of living, especially in desert-like communities like ours, must be taken seriously. Growth should benefit our communities, not just corporations. The Samir Project urges you to vote yes on AI and data centers resolution and vote yes to introduce the Economic Development Strategy Resolution so future development truly serves the people of Bernalillo County. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Samantha Hobbs, followed by Riley Embler, followed by George Lujan, followed by Richard Barish.
I'm Samantha Hobbs. I am a second generation, and hi, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'm a second generation settler here on Southern Tito Territory. I'm a parent, I'm a programmer, Anderson UNM alum. I'm commenting on the resolution holding data center projects accountable, et cetera. And I'm joining Los Jardines' Institute's call to defer the resolution and demand that no data center projects proceed until something, but at least defer, on the grounds that it's not enough. What's problematic is that it states that the county shall support projects so long as they meet these certain minimum requirements. That's not true. I don't think the people of the county support a AI data center project even with these terms. So it's not enough to be acceptable, at least to me, as a lifelong resident here. Speaking also as a programmer. It acknowledges the documented harms of AI data centers and then says we're okay with that harm so long as you offset it with et cetera. That's twisted, that's problematic. We don't want additional harm. We are already generations deep into settler colonial land violence and harm that's been done to the people, both as a land and as a political body. We're not in a position to be introducing new harms, even with offsets. So it's not enough for me to be acceptable. The land is already suffering. It also makes exceptions for education and research, which doesn't make sense to me because if it's harmful, even if it's for educational purposes or for research. It's also disconnected from the bigger picture of the harm that AI as an industry does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Riley Embler, followed by George Lujan, followed by Richard Barish, followed by Chelsea Darter.
Madam Members, hi, I'm George Lujan. I am a resident of Albuquerque and Executive Director of Southwest Organizing Project. I agree with everything that was just said in the previous comment. I don't think it goes far enough, and I don't think that the jobs position is really something that is strong enough. I appreciate the work that's been put in on the resolution from community and members that were invited to be a part of that process. There's some strong language in there, and I appreciate that. But the reality of data centers is that they're not really feasible. They're not able to be operated under 100% renewable energy. They're not able to produce a net economic benefit to the community. And they have a lifespan of around 5 to 10 years. So a couple dozen medium paying jobs for 5 to 10 years is not enough to really justify the building of it. They're also not able to offset their water use. So that's around the country. There are no data centers that are able to meet any of those requirements. So it's not reasonable for us as a county to expect they'd be able to do it here. So what I'd really like to see is a ban on the building of data centers in Bernalillo County. I think that
That should be our objective, and if we can't do that, then we could open up a community conversation on a community benefits agreement. But like I said, I really don't think it does enough, and that data center could not be supported by Bernalillo County. And so for that reason, I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Riley Embler, followed by Richard Barish, followed by Chelsea Darter, followed by Diane Reese.
Madam Chair and Commission members, I am Richard Barish. I'm here on behalf of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here today principally to speak on the data center bill, and I want to thank Commissioner Olivas for his introduction of that bill and sponsorship of that bill. Our concern is particularly about energy usage of data centers and how they will affect our ability to ramp down our carbon emissions over time. You're probably familiar with the Project Jupiter data center down in Doña Ana County that is proposed to be powered by a microgrid, but there's nothing micro about it. That will produce emissions that are twice the total emissions of the PNM energy system. So we really need to be able to control those emissions. There is nothing right now that regulates the emissions of data centers that are powered by a microgrid. They're not utilities, so they aren't covered by the Energy Transition Act. Also, even if data centers are powered by utilities, they will create hugely increased demands on utilities, and there'll be pressure, therefore, to keep natural gas-fired plants in production longer, meaning there'll still be emissions from those plants for many years longer than there otherwise would be. In addition, as far as the costs of that, if they have to build new power plants or infrastructure to supply the energy for those data centers, I'm happy to see that Commissioner Olivas's bill addresses how that so that will not be borne by consumers. I also just want to mention that we do support the introduction of Commissioner Baca's energy strategy bill, and we'll provide more comments on that at a later time. Thank you.
Chelsea Darter, followed by Diane Reese, followed by Raylene Smith, followed by Rochelle Pena. Followed by Barbara Grothams.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Lovely to see you all. My name is Raylene Smith. I'm the president of an activist group called Indivisible Albuquerque. We represent about 2,500 subscribers and 800 members. We need data centers. Regardless of your feelings on it, we need them. 30 to 40% of the S&P 500 is due to the speculative AI industry, and if that fails, we have a bigger crisis on our hands. But those bringing new capital into Bernalillo County carries risks, and those must be mitigated. Like any new economic activity, care must be taken to protect precious resources required to fuel it. Data centers require two big resource components, electricity and water. Electricity we have in abundance with wind and solar, and that can be used to power a data center. It's interesting to note that we don't even have anybody asking for us to build a data center yet. So these proposals are really good in forethought, and we need to take them seriously. Regarding water, we also know that data centers require massive amounts of water to cool the computers running in the data center, and we're not known for our wealth in that resource. Closed-loop water systems exist that can recirculate existing water and minimize the need for new resources. In fact, we have a static growth problem due to the restrictions on our water resources. It's imperative that regulations are put in place to protect this most precious resource. By planning in advance, by passing this Commissioner Olivas's proposed regulation shows foresight from this commission, which is warranted in these important times. It'll be noted too that if we pass this introductory resolution, it can be amended at a later date with additional requirements that may become needed should a data center want to build here.
Let's realize that now's a good time to put these regulations in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea Darter, followed by Diane Reese, followed by Rochelle Pena, followed by Barbara Grotham.
Go ahead and approach the, state your name, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rochelle Pena. I'm just representing as a private constituent. Thank you guys for listening to us. I come in as a Albuquerque resident for the past 3 years, as well as a ER nurse working in our local communities. I think, I'm here to say that we should probably defer this vote. I think we don't know too much about the AI data centers, but what we do know is just how much our communities are suffering from increased greenhouse gases and lack of water. I'm sure we all were here this summer and we all saw how low the water reserves were. We've seen an increase in extreme heat, extreme weather, and just overall how greenhouse gases affects our health. We have one of the worst cases of asthma, lung cancers, and such here. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a child come in with an asthma exacerbation, but I can't imagine having to deal with that more, or having to hold somebody who's had to have another lung cancer, being told in the ER. So I care a lot about this state and about the people here, and I'm tired of us being treated as an experiment just for the means of production. I think we need more time to talk about AI data centers and just the harmful effects, and that needs to be a conversation given to the community. I think we should be allowed to be educated and to speak up against it more. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Grotham.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you again for allowing us to speak here tonight. I'm also here to speak in favor of the resolution on data centers and echo the reservations of some of our other speakers who recognize the severe threats that these kind of centers are posing across our country. We're already seeing some of the impacts of what's happening down in Doñana County, and I think Bernalillo needs to be proactive in looking at this issue and creating protections. We are in an extinction. I know we don't like to talk about it. The Earth will recover just fine. The last extinction took 65 million years. The layer of human habitation on the planet is probably thinner than a layer of gold leaf on top of all the 65 million years since the dinosaurs died. And I just think that we think we're very smart. The dinosaurs lived 65 million years, and we haven't even been probably 2 million since the beginning of mammals. And so I just think we need to recognize that we are really not all that smart, and we are making decisions that are going to affect future generations in particular. Like I say, the planet will recover just fine. The Earth will be fine without us. But in the meantime, we do need to be thinking about future generations. Thank you for your time.
We will now move on to our online speakers. Silas Grant. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is Silas Grant. I'm a resident of Albuquerque. I'm a professor at UNM, and I'm here just on behalf of myself. I'm here to respectfully request that you defer the resolution on holding data center projects accountable, which was added late. I think more time is needed for communities to weigh in and support in crafting a resolution that will truly protect Bernalillo County from the harmful effects of data centers. If the intention of this resolution is indeed to protect the land, air, water, and communities in this county from exploitation by big tech, I think the county should really consider an outright ban on new data centers. We don't need to treat data centers as a done deal in our communities. As is, I worry that this resolution actually invites future data center development because It doesn't contain any enforceable guardrails to protect communities from the harms of data centers and AI. It's not clear how the county would enforce any of the provisions in here. Since I have limited time, I just want to focus my comments on water and the language on water offsets. Simply put, we know that offsets don't work. We know this from failed carbon offset schemes that have enabled fossil fuel industries to continue polluting and harming the climate. The offset mechanisms in this resolution include things like conservation and restoration projects in the watershed from which the developer takes water to run a data center. Conservation and restoration projects can be great, but they don't replace the water used by AI data centers. We know that large data centers can use around 5 million gallons per day, which is like enough water to for a town of like 10,000 to 50,000 people. New Mexico is in a critical state of drought, and we just don't have water to spare for AI. Lastly, many more communities need to be at the table and have an opportunity to be meaningfully involved before the county passes a resolution about the future of data centers in the region. So that's why I'm asking you to defer this resolution. Thanks so much.
And Edith Lopez? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernalillo Lopez, and I am an environmental justice organizer and researcher at Los Jardines Institute. I'm here today urging you to defer the vote on the data center resolution. While a regulatory framework regarding AI is necessary to protect communities, I believe there should be serious consideration for banning these mass-scale facilities from the county. Data centers will only welcome another extractive industry into the state, further threatening our scarce water resources. The resolution, as I read it, leaves a lot of questions. One is the assumption that communities will be okay with the development of a data center in their backyard. What opportunities are available in case communities may not support this development? Second, I see references to environmental impact, but do not understand how this is being defined. I'm concerned with the reports of data centers causing an immense amount of noise, light, and air pollution, and that should be explicitly defined. The language regarding renewable energy is vague and leaves too much room for false solutions and greenwash energy sources like nuclear and hydrogen. Lastly, I do not trust big corporations like Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, OpenAI, or Palantir to ethically consume and manage their water resources in good faith for their data centers, let alone mitigate their harm. The regulation as written requires a commitment from the industry to offset through their investments, but that does not take away from the fact that we still do not have enough water. Economic development is important, but why do we continue to do it at the sake of our public health, our natural resources, and the well-being of our community? And why do we outsource it to questionable corporations and industries? We should invest locally to regenerative economies. I believe there should be a regulation on data centers, but there is a lot of risk to rush this, especially given the fact that this resolution was presented only 2 weeks ago. I urge you all to defer this resolution for further consultations with our communities and even urge you to consider banning them from the county. Thank you.
Joanne Baker?
Thank you, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Joan Baker. I'm the Political Affairs Director for the United Association Local 412. That's the Plumber and Pipe Fitters Union. And I'm here to speak in support of the Community Benefits Framework Resolution. I have spent the last few months on an Economic Development Steering Committee, and thank you so much for this commission for putting that together and having the innovative vision to do it. It was a very rich process. I believe that this framework will provide predictability for developers and also transparency for the community. It is not a punitive process. It's more of an incentive with transparency and predictability. There are many things in New Mexico that we have that I don't think that site developers necessarily share. One of those things that do attract certain industries is a strong building trades council. Local 412 wants to build, and we believe in building more than buildings. We believe in building community. This represents our membership as members of this community. We believe the community benefits framework will ensure that we grow and build both in development and for community, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Janeth Antillon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Janet Antillon. I'm part of the Semilla Project. I'm also a mom of 2 little girls and a Bernalillo County community member. I'm here tonight because a decision you make directly affects the future of my children that they will grow up in. I'm here in strong support of both the resolution holding data center projects accountable in our community and the resolution implementing community benefits in Bernalillo County economic development strategy. Larger developments like data centers place real demands on our water, on our energy, our air. And as a parent and a resident, I care deeply that these projects don't move forward without clear expectations for environmental protection, transparency, and real benefits for the people who live here. Commissioner Oliva's resolution sets those expectations by recurring accountability and protections that our community deserve. And Commissioner Vaca's resolution complements the work by ensuring economic development decisions are evaluated through a community benefit lens, including workforce development, including sustainability and long-term public return. Together, these resolutions make it clear that economic development in Bernalillo County should serve families, it should serve workers, and the land that we all depend on. I respectfully urge you to vote yes on both resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Sonia Perez.
Hello. Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sonai Perez. I live in Bernalillo County, and I'm here to ask you to oppose any proposed data centers. We need to stop treating New Mexico as a sacrifice zone, and I don't believe it's responsible to commit our water resources to these private facilities. At most, this data center would employ around 20 to 40 people in the beginning to construct it. And then after that, how many permanent jobs realistically are we going to have? And like one of the speakers said earlier, if they decide to leave in 5 to 10 years, what are we going to do with this building that they leave behind? And so I think that truthfully, the only people benefiting from this are the shareholders. And I just want to ask you to think of your community, think about our water security, our health, and responsible land use. So please deny the approval of these data centers, or at the very least, require a full independent impact study before moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Aaron Lee. Go ahead.
Chair and Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Aaron Lee, and I live in the Bernalillo County. I'm here today to support the resolution called Holding Data Center Projects Accountable in Our Community, introduced by Commissioner Eric Olivas. Right now, our county is being asked to host large data centers and AI facilities that would use huge amounts of water and electricity. In a desert like ours, that's something we have to take very seriously. This resolution makes an important point. If companies want public incentives, they should be required to give something meaningful back to the community, not just vague promises. Economic development should lift up our communities, not drain our resources. I respectfully urge you to vote yes on this resolution and stand up for our water, our air, our workers, and our community. Thank you.
Diane Reese.
Thank you. Chair and Commissioners, my name is
Diane Reese. I'm an Air Force colonel who retired out of Kirtland and chose to stay here in New Mexico. I'm here tonight to support the data center resolution. Data centers use enormous amounts of water and energy, and current technology does not allow these data centers to operate sustainably. And in our dry desert drought conditions, this is extremely important. I support the resolution because it protects water and air and soil. It's proactive, and it not only acknowledges the challenges of climate change, but the resolution sets out to do something about it. The resolution requires local hire and apprenticeships, and I do not agree with a previous speaker that New Mexico could not provide the workers to build data centers. And finally, the resolution will require renewable energy sources. What a no-brainer in New Mexico with our wind and our sun and probably soon even geothermal. So renewable sources keep our air and water clean, and I support that aspect of it. With all the comments that you've heard tonight, I would ask that the commissioners consider a study or at least community discussions on going forward with data centers. There's no projects that are known at the moment, but putting some guardrails in place is so important. I also appreciate holding developers to account. I think Project Jupiter is a great example that that's necessary. The power usage that is being proposed during the permitting process is nothing like what was proposed by the developers at the start of the Project Jupiter. So thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Xavier Barraza. Go ahead. You're muted, sir. That'll conclude our public comment.
Thank you all to everyone's public comment, coming out and being involved. We really appreciate hearing everybody this evening. I will move on to our item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe there's 2 other communications items.
Oh, there is. You're right. I'm sorry. I went back. Yes, Commissioner, County Manager.
Thank you for catching that. I also wanted to, before we move on to the other communications, and also to say thank you to all of the speakers who came to speak, I also have an opportunity to introduce our newest team member here.
Yes, thank you.
And Erin Moan Marquez is our brand new Chief of Staff, and I wanted to welcome her. The team here had an opportunity to interview a number of fantastic folks who came forward. But they were just really enthusiastic about Erin, and I had asked them if they would at least give me 2 folks to interview. They did not. They gave me 1. And that's because they were so enthusiastic. I know all of you have her resume, and I don't need to talk about her work in USAID or Save the Children or Peace Corps. There's a lot of other things in there. But one of the reasons we were so enthusiastic about her is just bringing additional energy, policy expertise, and her ability to work both with teams and do it in a very strategic and thoughtful way. So I wanted to welcome her.
Thank you very much.
Happy second day to the longest commission meeting we've had in a long time. Welcome.
Welcome. Did you want to share any words with us this evening?
You almost have to throw it down.
My dad would have said, how many tacos does it take? Well, there we go.
Thank you very much. It's truly an honor, actually. I just wanted to say one thing, is that when the members of the community got up to speak, I became a little emotional. I've been working in countries where we were working to save our democracies overseas. I'm coming in from Iraq, and people don't have that opportunity to get up and speak to their public officials. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for being a part of the community. And I really look forward to working with all of you, because just listening to everybody and seeing all of you engaged with the constituents gives me hope, not only for Bernalillo County, but for the world at this point. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Welcome and thank you. And thank you for the correction, Commissioner Olivas. We will move on to item 4A, Ciudad Water and Water Conservation District Presentation. Sponsor Commissioner Olivas. Would you like to open?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we got a long meeting, so I'll just be very, very brief. Want to welcome the Chair of the Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation Board, Mr. Steve Glass. Got the opportunity to get to know him a little bit over the last 3 years and get to work with him on many projects in my district, but across the county. And they recently became a full-fledged taxing entity in Bernalillo County, which really is historic for them and for our community. And so I just really thought it was appropriate for all of us up here as commissioners to really know our partners and get to understand a little bit about what they are doing and what they're doing for us, for our community, and some of the really unique things about them. So, Chair Glass, thank you again for being here.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Commissioner Olivas, and glad to be here, Madam Chair and members of the commission. However, I had a PowerPoint and it was going to be here, but it's not. So maybe I can just step through it for you.
I think we can get you some help.
Our IT will be coming down to assist. It should be on the desktop.
Should be on the desktop?
If not.
Maybe, okay, let me go to the desktop.
Thank you.
Here comes the pro.
Here comes
Okay.
a smart person.
All right. Yep, there it is.
Just put it in the presentation.
There's the IT.
Crisis averted.
Oh, yay. Thank you, Marcos.
Cool. Is it visible? It is visible
Yes.
there and here. Okay, great. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I realize that you are well behind schedule, have a lot on your agenda, so I'll try to be brief. I'm here to describe, as Commissioner Olivas pointed out, one of your partner agencies that has essentially been under the radar for, frankly, 80 years. We have been around that long, as well as 46 other conservation districts across the state of New Mexico. And we are one of the smaller ones, land area-wise, but we are the largest one population-wise. Probably nearly half the population of New Mexico lives within our district boundaries. And so we have a lot on our plate as well. Here's our boundaries. I'm sure that you can see how they align with everything, which is a joke. We don't align with anything. I don't know how these boundaries were, frankly, 80 years ago determined, but we are who we are. We occupy Bernalillo County, Sandoval County, and a little sliver of Santa Fe County up there in the upper right-hand corner. So who are our constituents? Well, they're many and diverse. As you can see, we have everything from agricultural to highly urban. We have counties, we have cities, we have pueblos. We have overlap with 3 Native American communities. And so we're very diverse. We have about 1 million residents overall, and we occupy nearly 1 million acres, not quite. So we have a lot on our plate. We have a big challenge and a lot of diverse topics we need to address. So back in 1938, right after the Dust Bowl, the New Mexico legislature passed the New Mexico Soil and Water Act, declaring these purposes. And as you can see, I've highlighted in red, so I don't have to read the whole thing, just the important elements. Soil erosion, flood water, conservation, beneficial application, wildlife, it runs the gamut. It runs, if it has to do with natural resources, even though we're called soil and water, if it has to do with natural resources, wildlife, human health, we're there. We're there, we have the expertise, we have the grounding, we have the amazing capabilities that I'll talk about in a minute to get this stuff done. So what are our specific duties and powers as a conservation district? Well, these are a few of them. There are more defined in the statutes. Obviously, we can do research. We can do demonstrations. We could contract and render fiscal aid. We can be a fiscal agent for another government entity. We can plan. We can make big plans for natural resource preservation. Pardon me. I told it to be quiet. These new technologies, they won't obey. And we can act as an agent for any instrumentality. We have all those capabilities, but built into every one is collaboration. We have no regulatory authority. We have no rule-setting authority. We only have collaboration authority and money spending authority and research. So what are our strengths? We're 80 years old, little more. We've been around for 80 years. Despite my appearance, I have not been with the district all 80 years, just a few of them. We are a government entity, elected officials. You might have seen our names on your ballot this last November. Thank you for your vote. I got reelected, so 4 more years. No RFP. That is, the county, the city, any other government agency can contract with us to get things done straight across the board. No RFPs, none of that stuff. Very straightforward, easy peasy, and our bureaucracy is that thick. If you can see a piece of paper thick, we get stuff done. We're very nimble. We have no anti-donation clause. We have a waiver, so we can put public money on private property. Very useful. We're very nimble, as I pointed out, because we have to be collaborators. We have to be nimble. We have a very low overhead. We usually run with 10 or 15% overhead for any project, so that money invested with us for projects gets put on the ground at a 85 to 90, even 95% sometimes efficiency. We obviously have broad expertise, and we have already well-developed public education programs. So we're out there all the time, everywhere. Who are we, though? We are part of a 3-legged stool, as are all 47 conservation districts. We are one element, but we have 2 big partner agencies, the New Mexico Department of Ag. We are not them. We are our separate entities, but we collaborate with Department of Ag and the Natural Resource Conservation Service on the federal side. We are also not them. We are our own political entities. They are our partners. What do we get from these people? You can see them described there, what their roles are. And we also have plenty of partnerships with surrounding soil and water conservation districts, because we are nothing if we are not collaborators. Who are we in terms of people? We have a 7-member volunteer board, 5 elected and 2 appointed. 2 of us were just elected, as you may know. We have 1 associate supervisor who does not vote, so that's a total of 8 volunteer members on our board. We have a whole bunch of staff at this point. About 5 years ago, we had 3 staff. We have now 15, because we're growing like topsy. We have a newly hired district manager, Joshua O'Halloran. Some of you may know Josh. We have 5 program areas, each with a manager, and within those program areas, we have coordinators, so that we have people on the ground doing the work, as well as contractors, volunteers, community members. So our reach is deep and inexpensive, right, and effective. Where do our funding come from? The legislature gives us about $30,000 a year, which pays our truck insurance, pretty much. Doesn't run our district. We have to raise money, and for 80 years, we've been raising money through grants and collaborative agreements. competitive grants, competitive collaborative agreements. It's been rough. It's been hand-to-mouth for 80 years. You'll find out whether we're in a new ballgame now. We also have grants and partnerships, as I mentioned, totaling about $3 million this fiscal year. We have intergovernmental agreements with the county, with the city, with Rio Rancho, totaling about $1.4 million. And we, under the statutes, are permitted to assist county planning departments with subdivision reviews. We look for erosion control, mitigation, and water management on behalf of the county. We make about $1,000 a year doing that because we get to charge the developer a little bit to do that analysis. In 2024, November before last actually, we were successful with the help of our friends at the Semilla Project. I want to shout out to those fine people. We managed to pass a mill levy for the first time in our history. We asked for a quarter of a mill, 0.25 or 25 cents per thousand of taxable value. That's pretty small comparatively, but for us it's huge. It's massive for us. That means we have reliable income. That means we don't have to tell our staff, well, if that grant doesn't get renewed, you may have to go on half-time or you may have to go home. We now can make sure that our staff are well compensated, they feel secure, they'll stick around, their expertise builds. We are stronger as a district because of that mill levy. And so the 0.25 per thousand means an average homeowner in our district is going to pay about less than $30 a year into our programs. Well, how many cups of Starbucks is that? A couple a month. Yeah. Very little, but for us, I said, it's huge. We have just completed a land use plan for the first time ever. And a land use plan, even though it sounds like our prescription of how to use land, what it is our guidance for our staff on how we're going to interact with organizations that manage land. We don't manage land. We have no water rights. We can only interact, provide expertise, provide feedback. The land use plan is our framework for doing that. And it follows about 5 major themes, as you can see, and you can imagine that as a soil and water conservation district, water resources might be one of them. Land conservation and restoration, obviously another one. Sustainable ag and forestry, yep, that's all within our district. Wildlife habitat and protection, you're saying soil and water, where does wildlife come in? Well, like I said, if it's natural resources, we're there. And then community and government engagement. And that's our collaboration piece. So our land use plan, which is very robust and addresses 18 different resource concerns, is built around these themes. All right. We also are completing a strategic plan because with the mill levy, we need to be very intentional and very smart, I guess, about how we spend that money. We are committed to spending that money to the benefit of everyone in our district, all of our constituents, which means everybody in our community. Right. So our vision is stated there, with conservation for future generations and collaborative stewardship at the center. Our mission there, again, mentions collaboration, people, communities, and natural resources, all of which we hope to improve with the funding we're bringing in. Here are our values around which we build our plans every year. And you can see stewardship, collaboration again, commitment to community, growth, and leadership with integrity. Again, that means we're going to spend our money to the most benefit of our community. And we're going to be very open about that. Integrity means that we don't hide anything, that everything's out in the open, that we think strategically and spend that money right. Here's our project partners so far. Actually, that's not all of them. We're, of course, front and center. So our favorite project partner, Bernco. As a Bernco retiree, it was really great to walk in and see a whole bunch of my former coworkers. That's great. So Bernco, front and center. Here's some collaborations we have going on. you can see that the top half there is all programs that Bernalillo County is involved in. We are, of course, involved with other collaborations beyond Bernalillo County, but many, many of them, I mean, because I was a county employee, right? I started this collaboration when I still worked for Natural Resource Services, or whatever it was called back then. So here are some specific examples. In our education program run by Aaron, we got the master naturalists and the stormwater quality team. Ricky, our forest health manager, collaborates with Open Space as well as Conservation Corps and BCSO out in these mountains to provide safety from wildfire. CJ, our ag program manager, is helping with Grow the Growers and the County Urban Ag Program. And Annie Montes, our watersheds program manager, is helping with the Tijeras Creek Watershed Base Plan as well as the Tijeras Creek Watershed Restoration Project. We got a lot going on with Burn Cup. So there's a lot more to learn here at these locations. I hope I haven't taken too much of your time, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And Commissioner Olivas, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much.
I am done.
Really appreciate learning more about our district. Anything to close, Commissioner Olivas?
I defer to my colleagues if there's any questions, but I just want to thank you for being here, Chair Glass, and for your partnership over the years. The work you do is incredibly impactful, and the fact that you've managed to do that up until now with basically no money,
No free.
on a shoestring budget, going from grant to grant to grant. I can't imagine what you guys are going to be able to do when you actually have a consistent stream of funding and you can still go after those grants. I just think that you already were a critical partner for the county and for so many entities. But I think, my vision is that the importance of CUDAD and soil water conservation districts is only going to grow in the future in the state with climate change and aridity, our forest health problems.
Data centers.
You said anything with the Waterlander area has to do with you, so.
That's right. That's right. We're here for you. Thank you all very much. Enhance our strategic plan, right? This new income, something we need to steward carefully. So thank you all very much.
Just one word. Steve, thank you for coming. I think it's really important for us to get this quick PowerPoint to understand all that you have done for 80 years on a wink and a promise. But now we're so glad that you have this continued funding source, and we look forward to great things. So
Thanks very much. Yeah, we're thrilled.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Good evening. Okay, on to item 4B. We'll have our Director Marcos Gonzalez present Economic Development Department Steering Committee with recommended priorities.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm just moonlighting as IT right now, but our steering committee folks, Michael Guerrero and Javier Uban, will provide the presentation.
Wonderful, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Javier Rojo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rio Grande Community Development Corporation. I also served as co-chair of the Bernalillo County Economic Development Steering Committee, along with my colleague Michael Guerrero. On December 10th, this commission received a full presentation on the community dialogue process, the focus group of stakeholders, the polling of 1,000 county residents, and the themes that emerged from that rich information gathering. Today's update is intentionally more focused. Our charge this afternoon is to briefly summarize the steering committee's priorities, recommendations, and to clarify how they are intended to be used as you consider your next steps for county economic development policy. The steering committee's top recommendation is related to community benefits. The intent here is straightforward. When public dollars are used to support development, there should be a clear, consistent way to evaluate what the public receives in return. To support this, the committee recommends adopting an economic development rubric, a standardized scoring matrix used across projects seeking county incentives. The rubric is designed to create a consistent framework for evaluating projects, clearly communicate expected community benefits to the Commission and to the public, support our ongoing transparency and reporting after incentives are approved. Importantly, this tool is not intended to replace Commission discretion. It is meant to strengthen decision-making by providing shared criteria and cleared expectations up front. The steering committee's second priority focused on quality of place. Residents consistently linked economic success to everyday conditions. Mobility, public transportation, safety, cleanliness, housing access, and basic infrastructure. The steering committee recommends that these factors be treated as core economic development priorities, not secondary ones. The steering committee's third priority focused on sustainability, specifically how community investments is funded over the long term. Relatedly, the committee recommends activating the local options gross receipts tax authorized under the Local Economic Development Act, dedicating those revenues to economic development and community reinvestment to create predictable, locally controlled funding sources aligned with the county priorities. In that same context, Commissioner Barbara Baca is introducing a resolution today that closely aligns with this third priority and provides a clear policy framework for formalizing and governing community investment at the county level. The remaining recommendations reinforce the same underlying principle. Economic development should produce measurable local outcomes. For workforce development, expanded career pathways, fast-track credentialing and licensing reform in key sectors. Transparency, tie incentives to clear, tractable outcomes, such as local hiring, training pipelines, and reinvestment commitments. Small business support, increase investment in incubators and accelerators, including resources for rural entrepreneurs and locally owned firms. Taken together, these recommendations emphasize that growth is durable, inclusive, and rooted in the local economy. So I want to pause here and briefly explain what we mean by the economic development rubric, because this is the primary implementation tool behind several of these recommendations. The economic development rubric is a scoring matrix used throughout the process of evaluating incentives for projects that are new or expanding in Bernalillo County. It provides a unified way to share information about the project consistent with what the community asked for during the engagement process. It also creates consistent format for presenting community benefits, so the commission and the public can clearly see what a project is committing to in exchange for public support. And finally, it serves as a reporting tool for ongoing transparency after incentives are approved. The rubric is organized around 5 categories that reflect community priorities: workers, small businesses, community investment, environment and sustainability, and community engagement. This slide shows an example of what the rubric could look like in practice. Each project seeking county incentives would be evaluated across the same categories you see here. Within each category, there are clear defined criteria, and projects receive a score based on the level of commitment they are making. Higher scores reflect stronger commitments. For example, higher levels of local hiring, deeper investment in small businesses, or more robust community engagement. What's important is that this is not a pass or fail system. The rubric does not approve or deny a project on its own. Instead, it provides a side-by-side, apples-to-apples way to compare proposals and clearly see where a project is strong and where it may be weaker. For the Commission, this means you can quickly understand what a project is offering in return for public support, how it compares to other projects, and whether additional commitments should be negotiated. Over time, this same scoring framework allows the county to track whether commitments are being met, creating consistency, transparency, accountability, without removing flexibility or Commission discretion. Lastly, next steps. The steering committee's role was to listen, synthesize, and recommend. The next steps are: Commission considers the steering committee's recommendations, alignment with the Economic Development Department staff recommendations, integration into the department's strategic plan and formal policies and procedures, development of a final project matrix for Commission's consideration. We appreciate the opportunity to support this work and look forward to your direction on how these recommendations should be forwarded. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I have nothing really to add, but available to help answer questions. Also just want to say, express appreciation for Commissioner Baca's introduction of the resolution that would make these policies. So looking forward to that conversation as well.
Thank you so much. I personally want to thank you for that really detailed explanation and helping us through it. I really appreciate that. And yes, Commissioner Baca, anything to open us?
I just want to express my thanks to the full steering committee, the co-chairs today. Very clear explanation, and I think that is just so helpful for this body to understand that what we're proposing for our economic development, increasing the role of the community and transparency, but this is really about community benefits and economic competitiveness, and it is just bringing the two together as we move forward. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Thank you again. This is very thorough. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the folks who put work in. We know there was a number of volunteers, some that are here today, that put time over a period of weeks or months. I'm not exactly sure, but it was quite a community and expert and professional endeavor. So thank you all. And thank you, Commissioner Baca. Okay. Now we will move on to item number 5, approval of consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please provide resolution numbers for items 5A through 5A1, 5A2, A3, A4, 5E, 5H, and 5I. And ordinance numbers for 5F and 5G.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I believe based on the changes to the agenda from earlier, some of the numbers have changed, so bear with me. These should be correct. There has been some juggling this evening, so should be right though. Item 5A1 is FR 2026-5. 5A2 is FR 2026-6. 5A3 is FR 2026-7. 5A4 is FR 2026-8. 5E is AR 2026-9. 5F is Ordinance 2026-2. 5G is Ordinance 2026-3. 5H is FR 2026-10. 5I is AR 2026-11. 5J is AR 2026-12. And 5K is FR 2026-13.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You are welcome.
Okay, so I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Got a second by Commissioner Olivas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner
Just
Olivas.
a brief point of personal privilege here.
Yes.
I did struggle a little bit with the last item on here, the Youth Services Center. I know I expressed some concerns to the chief and Chief Marcantel, Warden Marcantel as well. I think they did a great job of renegotiating this to a better position than we were. I think we were actually upside down the way it was negotiated. So that's why I didn't ask to pull this or obstruct it anymore. But I do think that in future rounds of this type, I really think we need to take a closer look at the full cost of doing business, not just the direct cost, right? Because what I heard was sort of that we were just looking at the direct cost. What does it cost to feed an inmate and, keep the lights on and, give them clothes and, provide the guards and stuff like that. But what are the indirect costs, like our liability? We're now self-insured or, hybrid insurance. So what is that cost? What is the cost of, frankly, what we're doing tonight, discussing it, right? All those things are factored in there as a small piece, but, whether that's a 10% escalator or 5% or 20%, I don't know, but I just think that is the next step in these. And so great job, Chief, and to our staff out there, but I think there's a little more work to do in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. We'll now move on to item number 7A, Finance, Deputy County Manager, and Ms. Director Shirley Reagan to present adoption of ordinance. Oh, sorry, Jackie.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Denise Benavides. I am the Principal Financial Analyst for the Finance Division. The item before you is approval of the Notice of Intent to adopt an ordinance which authorizes the issuance and sale of the Bernalillo County, New Mexico taxable General Obligation Bond Series 2026 in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15,445,000. The proceeds from this bond sale will be used in the following categories. It'll be roads, storm drain, library, public housing, parks and rec, public safety, and fleet and heavy equipment. If you recall, the voters approved $40.5 million back in 2024 at the November 4th election. The county has sold $15,555,000 as part of the first issuance. And then, if you also remember, the commission also approved a reimbursement resolution for $1.4 million for the fire rescue aerial tower, which was the fire truck. So this proposed sale is based upon the expenditures that we met with divisions and departments that are responsible for these drawdowns. And based on that, if you recall, the money was already budgeted when the voters approved it. So the bond sale is a mechanism to ensure that we have proper cash flow for these projects to continue in this category. After this series is sold, we'll still have $10 million remaining from road bonds. And the property tax revenue property tax projections are adequate to fund this with no increase to the mill rate. And interest earned on the bond proceeds will be allocated to the projects. So our next steps upon approval is the county's bond council will publish the notice of intent for the required 30 days. Our intent is to come back at the March 11th meeting for the adoption of the ordinance and to we're going to do this bond sale a little bit different. It's going to be a taxable bond sale that will be placed with the state treasurer's office. So we have already notified them and they have acknowledged that. And then final interest rates will be determined on or about March 24th, and we'll come back to that meeting to give you the final structure of that sale. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions? I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are, have Commissioner Benson excused for the moment. Okay, moving.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving forward. Madam Clerk, I believe I'm asking for resolution numbers.
Yes, Madam Chair, and similarly, these numbers changed as well. And the new numbers for number 8 are 8A is AR 2026-14, 8B is AR 2026-15, and 8C is AR 2026-16.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe we've moved. Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We would like to hear next from Commissioner Olivas around the holding data center projects accountable in our community resolution.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and fellow commissioners. I'll try to be brief in some comments here. So, we heard a lot about this resolution tonight from our community, and I hope everyone can realize the very delicate balance that we have to strike here. And I absolutely agree with many folks that there is no balance when you're talking about the environment, about water, right? We have to have it. There is no well, we can do without some of it. We're a state now where we have a 52% deficit in groundwater. So we are not at a point where we have water to spare. You know, I'm closely following what's happening in Santa Fe and the state engineer's requests for all kinds of things, Middle Rio Grande compact issues, Lower Rio Grande settlement, the Indian water rights settlements. We are in dire straits with regards to water. So I want to just absolutely acknowledge that and acknowledge the concerns of the many community members. At the same time, we heard those concerns. We heard concerns from the development community, both here and through our emails, that this was far too restrictive, that this would close Bernalillo County for business, that we were putting up the closed sign in the window. And so, you know, this is why we're up here, right? This is the job we're elected to do, to figure that out and, you know, try to strike a place where we can do the best we can to meet the needs of the community. I had the opportunity to meet with some folks in the development community, and I went into that meeting with eyes wide open, and I think they did too. I told them I don't know if we can reach an agreement here, but I'm happy to listen and, you know, see where we can go. And quite frankly, I don't think that we got there. There's just certain things I'm not willing to compromise on. And for example, one of them is water, renewable energy, utility rates for seniors and people on fixed incomes, right? Those are just things that I can't compromise on. Those are people in this community that I represent and that don't have a voice, right? Oftentimes, they're not able to make it to these meetings. They're busy working. They're busy trying to put food on the table. And so grateful for everyone's input. But at the end of the day, I think that we really have to do what we're elected to do, and that is to make tough decisions on behalf of our community. So furthermore, I'll share other concerns that were shared with me, but not necessarily here at the meeting. Our partners in labor, and I'm a plumber. I am a licensed mechanical contractor, a journeyman plumber. That's what I do. And so when my partners in labor come to me and tell me that they have concerns about something, I'm concerned about it because that's what I do. And so I believe in supporting labor. That's what I believe this resolution centers, right? It centers working people, paying people fair wages, making sure that people in our community actually benefit from these projects, that they don't just go to people out of state or, you know, out of country, whatever. And so when they said that there was concern about those hiring targets in particular, that, you know, that concerns me. I do have to take a step back and look at that. So that's something that I really do feel strongly that we need to do. I also heard some concern about the educational requirement, education and research exemption for this. And I hear you in the community that just because it's education and research, does that mean that we should dump water on it or, you know, allow that to be a bad deal for our community? So I think that's important to look at. And then the last thing that recently came to my attention is there was some information shared with me from the State Economic Development Department, very much appreciated, on the Meta project in Los Lunas, which predates my time here, but apparently it came to Bernalillo County, things didn't work out for one reason or another, and it went down there. And some of the data they shared with me is actually like totally in line with my resolution. Meta has committed to, this says that they are supported by 100% renewable energy. So not they've committed, they are supported with 13 projects in 7 counties, 4 battery storage projects, and 1 new geothermal announcement that we heard about. So they're doing it, right? Full renewable is possible. It's happening right now, right down the road. They also say that there's extensive information in here on their water, but they have said, now this is where it gets a little more, you know, difficult to track, but they've said that they've committed to restoring 200% more water than they consume. Now, committed is different from they have. But I think that that's, to me, that only supports my arguments that we should demand at least as good a deal as Valencia County got with Meta, if not more. And also important to note that in their local hiring, it was in here somewhere, I'm not seeing it right at the moment. At Construction Peak, they've seen over 1,100 craft workers on site, 85% of which are New Mexicans. So the 95% target, I don't think is that far off. And, you know, maybe there's some discussion to be had, but I'm not going to entertain going to 20%, right? If Meta can do 80, 85, then I think we should get 85 or 90, right? We should demand a high bar. If we're going to invest public money in a data center, we should set the bar high. And that's where we need to go. I said lastly, but lastly, now.
I do all the time.
I also received some feedback from the governor's office. And I've got a meeting scheduled tomorrow with some folks in her office. And say what you will about our governor, but I think this has been the most pro-climate governor that we've ever had in this state. And so we could go way better. Like, there's always room for improvement. But Governor Lujan Grisham has been an incredible champion for renewable energy, the Energy Transition Act, water initiatives, the 50-year water plan. We've seen incredible investments from her administration. And so I want to give them the respect of going up there and hearing what the governor has to say about this without making any commitments to what's going to happen. So with that, I am reluctantly going to make a deferral to our next meeting, which I believe will align this resolution really closely with its companion resolution to continue on this path. I really am committed to taking final action at that meeting. I think that we're very close. I think our partners in labor, I don't think we're far off. Open to hearing what the governor and her staff has to say, and I think that there's probably room for slight movement here, but I'm not going to compromise on those core values: water, energy, and making sure that we benefit the vast majority, predominantly New Mexico workers and New Mexican jobs. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd move a 2-week deferral.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Yes. Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca, and then we'll go to County Manager.
I just, real quickly, I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Olivas, for one, introducing this very important legislation, but also for listening. And I believe that a deferral is appropriate at this time, and bringing in the conversation, as we talked about, there needs to be a community dialogue about this. The sustainability issue is really important to me. Even when data centers talk about a closed loop, they're still using water. Where is that water coming from? Those kinds of things. The emissions that our friends at the Sierra Club talked about down in Doña Ana County and Project Jupiter is a real concern to me, the air quality down there. And so I don't think that Doña Ana had the benefit of these guardrails that we're talking about right now. And so I think guardrails are important. Saying that this technology is ever moving, ever changing, ever advancing. So I do think it behooves us to have take a hard look at it and really consider all angles on this. And particularly the workforce development is a really important one. And I want to hear from our friends in the trades about how they support this too. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And yes, County Manager.
Thank you so much. Commission, through the chair, I wanted to apologize to the commission and particularly to you, Commissioner Olivas. You all gave us a series of questions that we were to be coming back to tonight with that information. So I appreciate the opportunity for a deferral because there were some basic questions that we wanted to get back to you. So I'll work with staff to make sure those come to you in advance of the meeting so you have a chance to take a look at them. So I apologize. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the deferral, and from
you need your mic.
The comments that we've heard today, and including some of the information that has been submitted to us over the last couple of weeks, the questions have been, we're going too far or we're going far enough. right? Some want to defer it so we can institute a ban completely, and others saying it's going to be a job killer, and so it's all across, the spectrum in terms of the opinions, and so I personally would appreciate the additional time to think about it and to understand it. But a couple of questions I have, and perhaps Commissioner Olivas, you can answer, or perhaps staff could, just for my edification, is number one, is anybody aware of a current project? And this has been asked of us. Is there anybody aware that a current application in Bernalillo County? I've not heard of that, but I'm just.
Thank you, Marcos. Director Gonzalez.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Marcos Gonzalez, Executive Development Officer for Bernalillo County Economic Development. So we are working with a couple of projects that are either in a supercomputer or / a data center, and then some other data center projects as well, but no one's made any formal application for incentives. But there are a couple of projects that are working, and also talking to PNM as well. The big constraint, of course, is going to be the power constraint of how much power they need and how much power PNM can actually deliver in the time frame that they need.
Thank you. If I may, just in addition, and then perhaps Commissioner Olivas, based on your conversation with various people, I'm just curious to know if there's any legislation that is floating through the roundhouse as we speak. I know this is primarily a financial budget process, but are you aware of anything that's going on at that level?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Frank Baca, I do think there is one piece of legislation that I'm familiar with. I don't know the bill number, but I know it's sponsored, I believe, by Senator Steinborn. I believe it'll need the governor's call. I'm not sure if that has happened or will happen, but it is to bring microgrids into the Energy Transition Act. So, we heard some of our commenters today talk about how microgrids were exempt from that renewable mandate. And so I believe, to dilute that bill down, it's designed to ensure that microgrids are treated the same way and held to the same emission standards. So I think that would be a beneficial thing at the state level. Otherwise, I think most of the bills I've seen are related more to the retail use of AI, so deep fakes and sort of what's coming out of the other end of these data centers, so to speak, which is important too, is critically important, and so don't want to in any way dilute the importance of that work. That's really important, and that is, I think, a great job for the legislature, because there's no way that at the county level we can regulate, the end use of AI beyond maybe what our staff is using it for, that kind of thing. But I think that's really important, and I certainly would hope that this would come up to the legislature, but I'm not aware of anything.
Madam Chair, if I made this last, I'm just vocalizing this in terms of the technology. By definition, this is AI-driven technology, so because it's AI-driven, it's going to be moving at such a fast pace, we won't even be able to keep track of it, essentially. I just did a quick Google search, and I learned that there's over 5,000 data centers in place right now in this country, most of them on the coast, Virginia, California, and Texas. So it's just interesting to me, and interesting to know the facts in terms of what is the current state of technology. I think AI is fascinating to me. I don't know enough about it to have an opinion, but it's fascinating to me. It is changing our lives in terms of medicine. It's going to be absolutely a game changer for the field of medicine, and in so many other ways it's going to be a game changer. So to me, it's just a very interesting technology, and I just like to understand that. And I don't know if it's possible to know and understand, from a source, perhaps an independent source, what is the current state of the technology. I'm sure the one in Valencia County is much different than anything that somebody is proposing at this point in time. So I have no preconceived notion one way or the other. I'm concerned about it, as are a lot of my constituents, but I'm definitely interested in learning more, and from, again, constituents that have urged me to support a ban. considers and urged me to be more flexible in the, requirements. So, in this time, I don't know if, and I hate to keep putting a burden on the staff, but to me, the evolution of technology is just something that I'm just curious about in terms of where we're at today.
So, through the chair, the staff did have an opportunity to engage with a professor, and that's actually some of the work that we were doing to prep some information for you. So what I'm going to recommend is that we make that person available to all of you so that you can get individual questions asked before the next meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I definitely support this deferral. And Commissioner Olivas, I want to recognize you and praise you for meeting with the business committee, even with the assumption that you might not see eye to eye with them. The fact that you're willing to sit down with them and talk, I appreciate it. And it is interesting that the union members also, from a different perspective, had concerns about it. So maybe the perspectives aren't always wrong, just because we disagree. So thank you. My concern from the beginning was how necessary is it? I know the Meta Facebook data center that did come to us failed in their application. Actually, they didn't even come to the county commission because Marcus's team, they had shut it down because it wasn't the economic development that we were geared towards. But then it went down to Valencia County, and I encourage you all to tour it. They give tours, and especially if they know that we're proposing this legislation, it's pretty impressive. And they're using amazing technology for cooling. They're opening the vents and using air cooling. And they're not doing it because they had to. Valencia County didn't incorporate that. They're doing it because they're trying to get more and more efficient. And that's the way, to Commissioner Baca's point, that's the way these will continue to go. My biggest concern with this is that it's I know this wasn't your intent, Commissioner Olivas, but that it does tell the world that maybe a technology company isn't interested in a data center, but maybe they're interested in something else, and we're closed for business. That's my concern. We need to create jobs. We need to create, move forward, keep our kids here, stop them from moving away. So my concern was that this was too restrictive of a message that might not ever apply if we didn't bring in a data center. So anyway, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
If I may, just real quickly.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson, to your point, Valencia County was at that meeting as well, and really appreciated them sharing their perspective. They weren't opposed or supportive. They were just there to kind of offer their own, technical assistance, and that invitation is open to all of us. They were very welcoming, and I think Commissioner Barbara Baca and I are going to try to take them up on that, just to go and see what they're doing and talk to some of the folks there in the village and tour the site and such. They were very helpful and very much appreciate their support one way or another. They weren't taking a position. And the last thing that I just want to say to reiterate to everybody, regardless of where you stand on this, right now we have no regulation of this. So there is no floor to the deal that a developer can come in and propose. Now, I have great confidence in Director Gonzalez and his staff that they're going to protect us from the really bad deals, from, the grifters that just come in with, give us everything and we're not going to commit to anything. But at the end of the day, in absence of some guidelines, some framework, we are putting ourselves out there for anything. There is no limit to what can be asked for beyond what we will agree to at the current time. And I think that's not a great negotiating position. As a business person myself, you want to start from the strongest position possible and work from there. That's what this proposes. Is it the right framework? Is everything exactly right? I don't know. That's why we're going to give it a couple weeks and try to work through it a little bit further, as I already have. But I think that doing nothing or waiting indefinitely is not an option. It's not a good way to make policy, to say, let's wait, let's, kick the can. Then before you know it, we are going to have a project here before us, not this thing, but we're going to have a specific project, and we are going to have potentially a real problem on our hands, right? If we have not set a framework and they've come to us with a deal, and who knows what that deal looks like. So I think it's really important. The business partners that I met with, it's really interesting because we always hear the platform that predictability is really important, predictability. I think this gives us predictability, right? This says very clearly, these are the requirements that we need. If you meet them, you're good. If you don't, sorry. Also, by the way, you can build it on your own dime, right? This is only conditioned to county incentives. So we're not telling you what to do with your own private money. This is only if you want county money. So I think that this offers predictability, but again, right now there is no floor, there's nothing. So I understand why if you have open season, you can ask for anything. You wouldn't want to restrict that. And at the same time, to our community members that are looking at this technology, the water it uses, the energy it uses, and they're saying, we don't want this. I hear you too. And I think we're really trying to do our level best to figure out how we craft something here that protects our community, but still allows a really high quality project the opportunity to locate in our community. So thank you, Madam Chair. I would call a question respectfully.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. I did want to just my own 2 cents around, I just want to remind folks that, right, we're talking about, I'm an old school organizer. So when we're talking about what does the county have authority to do in this situation, right? And right now, as Commissioner Olivas was saying, we have 0 regulations. If we can, I'm asking our organizers in the room and all our folks who came out, right, is to go back to what can we do? What do we have authority of? Who's the power players and how do we move them? And I think I really commend Commissioner Olivas because here we are making a clear statement about where our values are and what we have authority over in this resolution. I'm thankful for the deferral to take it a step further, but I want to remind folks that like when we say we need AI data centers and everybody and everything I heard tonight was about how this is the future and it's the world and everybody needs it, well, then it really feels like it has enough money to be able to pay for their own building and to pay for what water they may need, to pay good jobs, to pay for benefits. So I think that's what the point, as I understand it, is what we're trying to get to, right? Is if this is truly the future, then I don't know why we would ever need to offer tax breaks. And yet I'm hearing on the other end that if we don't, they may not come here. But this is the future. And so I think, and everybody I know, regardless of age, is using all our things from the internet and AI. And so I guess I just really appreciate this conversation. We obviously all need a lot, still have a lot to learn. And thank you for bringing it. And I look forward to more information. And the last thing I want to say, my final last, is that what I love about New Mexico is that your elected officials are usually very reachable. I mean, they could decide not to respond to you, but you can reach out to Commissioner Olivas, to any one of us, to our state legislature, and they will usually find a way to get back to you and talk to you directly. That's not the same in every other state or county. So I just advise you to take that opportunity. If you have real information, meet with us and let's keep working through it. So thank you again. We'll close this. We have a motion. Yes, all in favor of deferring this until our next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. That's moved. Thank you. It's been a great evening. Okay, we're moving on to items. Next, which one am I on? Pedestrian bicyclist, no, we passed that.
So it'll be 8B, Economic Development, Amendment to Extend Industrial Revenue Bond for Mesa Film
Thank you,
Studios.
Commissioners, Economic Development. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, apologies for the delay. If I can have Madam Clerk renumber
Thank you.
the resolutions. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe, I just turned my paper over. Item 8A being deferred. Item 8B becomes AR 2026-14, and item 8C becomes AR 2026-15. Thank you.
Thank you. We had done that. Thank you. So we are on item 8, the Economic Development Amendment to the IRB. Economic Development Director Gonzalez to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pardon me, just,
So,
Marcos, before you begin,
Yes,
I just wanted to make sure, we need to make a quick announcement if we can.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a reminder for anybody who's going northbound on I-25, DOT is shutting down I-25 right now at Montgomery, and it's going to be closed till early tomorrow morning for construction.
Okay,
They're
for
putting,
construction.
yeah,
I thought there was
they're
some
putting, no, they're
storm.
putting the beams down on the new overpass.
But you can get around it, just to say. Okay.
It's going to be a tough detour, so if you can find alternate routes, I would suggest you do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the announcement. Yes, Development Director Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, on that good news. So we're here to talk about the extension of the Mesa Film Studios IRB. Just a quick highlights again, it's $186 million of private investment, represents the IRB, creation of 48 new jobs, and over 1,000 folks will be employed through the studios that use the facility, and it'll be the first independently purpose-built studio, meaning that it's not for a specific production company like Netflix or anything like that. What we're asking for you is to extend the inducement period. The current inducement would expire on the 31st of this month. Once again, this is the introduction that we did for the IRB, and we're doing this just because the city and some neighborhood groups are still in litigation over the zoning use, and per our policies, we have to have final land use done before doing final approval for projects. So once again, the city and different groups are not in alignment with the land use there, and the district judge still needs to make a decision there. Once again, they did receive city LIDA funds and state LIDA funds as well for the projects. The location of it, again, is at the Double Eagle Airport, and it will be a 312,000 square foot facility at full build out, and we'll have a 50-year lease with the city for the use of that airport land there. Once again, IRB for real and personal property, and for a term of 30 years, and a payment in lieu of taxes will be paying 25% of the mill rate for the county, and have a positive ROI for the project as well. And once again, for everybody playing at home, an IRB is an economic development tool that's used to create jobs with allowing certain tax exemptions from real property taxes and gross receipt taxes. But for the IRB, the project couldn't go through, which would help stabilize their cash flow from startup through expansion. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Bach.
A question and a statement, Director Gonzalez. So I saw on a slide, we have extended this inducement 3 times now? Is that right?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Baca, this would be the 3rd time that we would be extending it, and it's all been extended due to the ongoing legal proceedings.
Thank you. And so I have, my statement on that is that, you know, it's no fault of the property ownership, you know, the project. However, this is 3 extensions, and I guess I would say that, you know, if there's any way for this property owner to move forward through some kind of mitigation or alternative dispute resolution or something like that to get it out of court, I would encourage them to do so, because I've not really interested in doing another fourth extension of this inducement. We can bring it forward again once it's out of court, but conditions might have changed by then. It seems that because of the length of time that this is going, and I understand that the litigation includes maybe some things that could be worked out with the neighborhood association it's two groups, right? It's the West Side Coalition of Neighbors, which is 23 associations, and it's NAVA. Are those the two that are taking?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Barbaca, yes, that's correct.
And so I guess I would ask you to talk to the owner and ask them to look towards some sort of alternative dispute resolution to get this out of court, and maybe they can solve something so we can move forward in good faith with this continuation of the inducement resolution. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion for,
So moved.
Thank you. We have a second. Thank you, Commissioner Baca. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Any opposed? Aye. Thank you. We have it to pass.
Thank you.
On to item 9A, Bernalillo County's Economic Development Strategy. Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, apologies.
There's something.
Introduction.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have an additional item, the new 8C of technical services. And then we move into introduction.
I think that moved up.
But I thought we didn't.
So it was the suspension of the rules to move it up at intro, approval at intro.
So which one?
So it is the pedestrian and bicyclist safety action plan.
Okay. I thought that it was that we
consent, yeah.
Consent.
That
we
was the
didn't.
Mountain View.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Sorry, and thank you for the clarity.
A lot of changes.
We will be hearing about our pedestrian and bicycling, which I'm excited to hear about.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Richard Meadows. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager at Technical Services here with our Director, Brian Lopez. So tonight we're asking for your approval of the update to the Pedestrian and Bicyclist Safety Action Plan. The first plan was adopted back in 2012. And this is an update with new projects and also a new policy. So the plan looks at 190 miles of proposed bikeway, sidewalk, and trail projects throughout unincorporated Bernalillo County, and used primarily three factors to rank, to score and rank and prioritize projects. First of all, equity, looking at what are the underserved communities within our county. Next, safety, where are the areas with a high number of fatality and serious injury crashes. And then finally, connectivity, and are these facilities located near schools, parks, community centers, and do they remove gaps in our network? The new policy it's establishing is what we call Vision Zero. The state of New Mexico calls it Target Zero, and at the federal level, it's a safe systems approach, but it's basically, those are all the same thing, and that's about setting an aspirational goal. And in the resolution tonight, we're asking you to adopt this aspirational goal to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on our road network. And we do that not just through these new safety projects that we're proposing, but also through community education and through law enforcement. So there's a number of ways we can do that. Here's a heat map of the county that shows where are the crashes happening. And you can see it really lights up in the South Valley and Southwest Mesa area. There's some up in the North Valley and some in North Albuquerque Acres. But you can really see that the Southwest area is where most of these really serious crashes occur. Based on that criteria for ranking the projects, these are the 27 projects that our consultant came up with. And they're located throughout the county, but most of them are in the southwest area, and there's also several in East Mountains. And these are all kinds of projects. They include trails, they include bike lanes, they include sidewalks, or a combination of all those. And with that, I can stand for questions if you have any specific questions about the projects. Oh, and I wanted to add that this ranking is what the consultants used, but certainly you may have your own priorities, and there are other projects that are not listed here that when we go to our CIP process, we will consider those projects as well. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meadows. Really appreciate you and your department, Mr. Lopez, Director Lopez. So I will move approval for technical services.
Second.
Thank you. Now open for any questions. Yes, Commissioner Baca.
Thank you,
Great.
Madam Chair, and thank you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Vice Chair.
I forget, so don't worry. Thank you for staff for the work on this. We had a briefing, appreciate the information, the detail, and I mean, I just hope that this helps everybody in this room understand my preoccupation with this issue in my community in District 2. It is absolutely something I hear every single day, and, you know, is by telephone call, by email, when I encounter somebody in the grocery store, at every meeting I attend, and I say this not to brag, but it's true. I've literally attended more than 100 meetings, probably at 150 meetings at this point in time since I came on board. It is absolutely a crucial issue to the people of District 2. You notice the top 12 locations are in District 2. The top 12 locations. And I think it also reflects, you know, my concern on another topic that we've discussed in the past, we'll discuss some more, which is the, you know, the South Dakota Sector Plan and the reason why so many members of the community, from schools, from community organizations, the neighborhood association, the individual property owners, the residents, the business owners, relatively large business owners, have all made this plea to do something about traffic, especially on Court Boulevard, before we do anything to engage or encourage more development. And not that anybody's against that, they just want to live in a safe community. So thank you all for this presentation. Thank you for this information. I understand this will be beneficial in terms of applying for grants and being eligible for different grants and that sort. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart as occasional bicyclist as well, and walking, but I guarantee I will not walk on course, nor will anybody else that I know. Thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
I also want to extend my thanks. Thank you, Mr. Meadows, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, for this great work. Reading through it, I think it was very well thought out, and I had questions, and then I read further, and they were answered. So I do think that you've done an excellent job here, and I support it. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you if you could pull up a couple of those slides real quick, those, the heat map first. I just really think this is super important. One, I want to mention that my district isn't included on here because we're in the unincorporated area. And not that I'm proud that we have a large number in my district. I just don't want it for people in my community to get confused and think we're not on this map. But otherwise, this is the map of the unincorporated areas, fatal severe injury crashes. If you look at these numbers, it's outstanding. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know how bad it was until we see these. That red on the little, can you explain the key to us, Mr. Meadows, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. So there's a little triangle symbol and a round symbol for bikes, triangle symbol for pedestrians. The red those are fatalities, and the yellow are severe injuries.
Thank you. If you see, so obviously there is real reason why the committee's having a big question about it. And can you go to the next, the priorities? I just want to make sure that the committee understands, because my first thought was, well, then what are the existing projects? And so all the ones that have a little asterisk or star next to it are existing projects that we could possibly see get done. I'm glad to see them here as the priorities. And obviously, as the number one is Coors Boulevard. And so I just wanted to make sure to point out, thank you for giving us this information so we could be really informed. So we have a
Madam Chair?
motion. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Sorry.
No problem.
I wanted to just take a moment to highlight a couple things in here. I think it's terrific work. It's important work. And I know that our colleagues at the city, on the city council, have done a very good job of prioritizing similar work. And so I think it's really important that we are working in concert with them to our chair's point, that heat map that doesn't map the center of the city. It would be really, it would be interesting to me to see those merged, just to get an idea of, you know, how the volume or severity of that varies between unincorporated and incorporated areas, to kind of better understand the context of what's going on in primarily Commissioner Frank Baca's district. But, you know, one of the things you didn't highlight that I want to run through a couple of things real quick. Pedestrian and cyclist involved accidents were, you quote, 1.9% of total incidents, so a very small percentage of incidents, but accounts for 20.5% of severe injury and fatalities. So that's, you know, and I think we all understand why, right? You're an incredibly vulnerable user if you're on a bike or you're walking and you get hit by a car, really no matter how fast they're moving, but especially if you're on Coors or you're on NM 333 out in my district and you're on a bike. If you get hit, you have a very, very low chance of doing well after that. So I think this is incredibly important to prioritize because those users are so vulnerable in that position. And the overall impact on just saving lives, the return on investment there is really high, even though it's a very small number of overall incidents. And then I want to point out a couple of pages. So, Mr. Meadows, I emailed with you a little bit about the Frost Trail out in my district. And I wanted to just highlight from our conversation, and actually we may need an amendment to this. The Frost Trail is not included in the plan, the finishing the Frost Trail. And I know that's one of the things that's mentioned by all the users that you talked to was continuity, right? Being able to, you know, get from A to B and not have, you know, discontinuous, whether it's sidewalks or trails. So, you know, this highlights the new section running from, I don't know where to where. Vallecitos is one of the roads. I forget the other one. It's like Cañoncito.
Candy Court, maybe?
Yeah, Canyon Court. Yeah. So that's on here, but the remaining section to Mountain Valley is not on there. So if you could look at that, you know, that would be really helpful because I just want to make sure that we're finishing projects, right? Like so that somebody can move the whole length of the corridor. And then on page 72, you know, or 72, 73, I think it's just really important to note that we are the #1 state in the country for these fatalities, for the danger of these users. So addressing this is really critically important. And then the last one that I have, I just want to commend you for, you know, highlighting on here operational practices. It's not just about building new sidewalks and building new trails, but maintaining them. Because we hear that all the time, right? Especially in the summer months when there's weeds growing and, you know, asphalt splitting and stuff. So I think that's really important. And so my last comment is really just the importance of following up on the plan. The plan is great. I think this is a terrific plan. I support every part of it. The prioritization is great, but we emailed about this too. The level of funding that we currently have for this is not adequate. And this is a relatively small investment that we would need to make to wipe out the whole plan, right? To complete the whole thing, $20 million and some change. Relatively speaking, that's not a lot compared to the value that this brings. So I said this before when we were talking about speed cameras. You know, I would really like to see us look at earmarking some of our resources. We do that a little bit with the 5% for trails and in our bonding. I just think we really need to look at that and try to figure out a sustainable way to fund these in the long term so that we are making good on the commitment that we have right here, a great commitment, but it's only as good as the resources backing it up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Yes, County Manager.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, first, I wanted to say how much I appreciated the format of this plan. What I really, really loved was it was very clear, and even though it could be very technical, there's a lot of really great information. I love the prioritization. It's what I hope all of our reports are looking like in the future. I just really wanted to compliment the staff on that. We're going to be talking in just a little bit about legislative priorities, because I do think that's an opportunity to address the issue through the chair that Commissioner Olivas just raised about how we can be more focused on projects that are doable and how we prioritize them. So I'm hoping we're going to get a chance to talk about that. And the other thing I just wanted to acknowledge is that that as we're adopting these plans and we're looking at these priorities, I think the point you raise about, you know, the future of our capital improvement program really has to be embedded in being ruthlessly disciplined about prioritizing and then focusing on how we get those resources to finish projects. And what's so interesting about these is, and actually Commissioner Olivas and I had a brief opportunity to speak about this, but one of the things we were talking about is so many of these overlap with other kinds of projects, you know, road projects in your area. And so really thinking critically about how we merge all of those priorities is sort of the next generation of thinking about this. And I don't want to complicate it, but I'm more just saying that because as we think about how we want to approach CIP, one of the things that we'll be wanting to think more about is how we take our limited resources, overlap them and layer them so we can have complete projects that allow for improvements in public safety. And that, as it relates to roads and pathways, I know that's a priority for the commission. But I did want to say publicly to the staff how inspired I was looking at this. And I look at a lot of reports, so when I say inspired, that means something. But just about how clear it was and what an easy document this is to share with the public. And we'll make sure we get back to you with that joint map.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Sorry, one other thing very quickly. I wanted to flag on page 72, I think there's a typo. It says of the 10 pedestrian involved crashes, I think that's probably 100 or something like that. I'm not sure, but just flagging that on page 72. And then I did want to get an answer on Frost Trail, just because we're here. Should I make an amendment to make sure that that's in there, or, you know, what can you tell me about that?
So we're obviously flexible, and Richard kind of said that earlier. As it relates to Frost Trail in particular, the reason it isn't included at this time was the portion that was identified that needed the multi-use trail is being, or it's bidding now. And there is the plan that was in place for the remaining section was to widen the shoulder, similar to what we did on Mountain Valley, all along Mountain Valley. So the trail would then allow a tie-in into the widened shoulder section when we do that with a road project. And so it didn't necessarily fit exactly with the elements included in here, and so that's why it was left off. But it is something that we can definitely look at to see if the widened shoulders is appropriate, or if we need to look at doing a similar multi-use trail for that remaining section.
Okay, so you're saying the current plan is to not do a multi-use trail, so the multi-use trail would end at Cañoncito and then transition to a bike path on the road?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to work, I'm a little conflicted about that. I really like to see just the complete corridor, but you know, I don't have the answers here right now whether that's even possible, so you know, I'm a little hesitant to just add it without knowing that it can be done. But you know, my position, and I think the community around there would really like to see a continuous multi-use trail, not a, you know, kind of a patchwork there. But
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, and I can't really answer that either because we did have a study that had kind of identified how much right-of-way we needed and whatnot for the existing trail that's going to be constructed. So we would have to kind of reevaluate that on our end as well to be able to answer that accurately.
Okay.
Perhaps just as direction, we will do that, just evaluate it, maybe have an opportunity to sit down, discuss that with you, and actually talk to the community as well as we're thinking about, again, next steps.
That'd be great if you could
okay.
follow up with me on that, and then we can decide if we need to do an amendment in the future, to add that, or, what we need to do. So, thank you, Director.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Not any further questions. I believe we have a motion and a second. Okay, great. Second motion, a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And
Thank
all
you.
opposed? Thank you. Got it. Do pass. Now, I do believe we are moving on to item 9A. Commissioner Barbara Baca's Bernalillo County Economic Development Strategy. Excited.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it was really great to hear from our steering committee co-chairs earlier because I think it explained some of the questions that my colleagues up and I and maybe the community had. But I wanted to clarify a few things before we go into discussion on it. And that is that this has been going on for a year, actually, Madam Chair. And we've partnered with policy experts, community groups, and business leaders, not just on the steering committee, but in the 5 community meetings we had that were very well attended by the business community, by many different members and community members of Bernalillo County. So I just wanted to say that this approach is holistic, and I think it's sort of a both-and approach. I mean, we're talking about the region's long-term competitiveness in business, and we're also talking about promoting equitable and transparent economic development. So the steering committee went over, I believe it was 7 of their priorities. My resolution talks about the top 3, but I believe they are things that we can implement and they can be impactful right away. So the first one is the rubric that was talked about. It's in your packet. It's an attachment to the resolution. And in that rubric, actually, many of the priorities of the 7 priorities were embedded into it. And I wanted to address Mr. Chad, I didn't get his last name, the new area. Matheson, the new area executive director. He said they need clarity of process and predictability. And I believe that this rubric actually provides that. What we're proposing here and with the steering committee and we're asking the county manager and the economic development team to bring the steering committee back together and come up with a finalized version of this rubric that's in your packet. But it talks about really important things: workforce development, small business, community investment, environmental sustainability, and community engagement. And all of these, when a company requests an industrial revenue bond or some other incentive, the dollar amount of those incentives would be tied to the level of the commitment on these community benefit investments. So it's not a no, you can't come here. It is, if you work with us and you use this rubric and you have these scores, you have the opportunity to have even a higher level of support and tax abatement, perhaps, which is what we talk about with IRBs. So that's a really important distinction. And when we talk about the rubric, if people have questions, I would like to ask Mr. Michael Guerrero, the chair of the steering committee, to come and answer those questions. But just to finish, the second 2 items on the resolution are, there was much discussion about a stream of funding for our economic development process and supporting these community benefits. So my proposal is using the payment in lieu of taxes, which is usually a very small component of these deals compared to the large tax abatements that we provide. And that pilot, we're proposing to be increased to at least 5% of all property gross receipts, basically the tax abatement So if you have a tax abatement like we've seen of $100 million, we would have 5 million of that could go into this community benefits fund to balance this. We encourage the developer to come in, we provide tax incentives, and we have funding for this workforce development, creating apprenticeship programs with the need that we have for developing a local workforce. So that's a really important component of this. This will provide long-term sustainable revenue stream. Lastly, the resolution directs the county manager to establish a permanent economic development community advisory board, is what we're calling it, EDCAB. It's similar to, it's to provide advice and direction to the commission and to the manager and the economic development team, because we want transparency across the board at all of our, well, the 3 that I attended, community meetings, they talked about accountability and transparency. If we're giving these large incentives, these large tax abatements, the community really wanted to be at the table, and this shouldn't create hurdles. It should provide for better decision-making. And so I just want to end with that this proposal really does balance the need of our community needs and community benefits, as well as the companies that we are trying to bring in for economic development and creating jobs in Bernalillo County. So with that, stand for questions. And again, you do have in your packet the rubric or framework that we are proposing for the economic development to move forward department. Oh, lastly, I guess I would just, I'm sorry, I neglected to say thank you very much to the staff that have done so much work on this. Marcos Gonzalez, Carolyn Tobias, all of the team that has really worked hard on this. And I know that there's been a cross culture looking at this in Bernalillo County because that's so important with our future growth and economic development. So I urge your support, and I move a introduction of this resolution.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further questions, discussion? Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, in Commissioner Buckham, just to clarify the math on that, if you mentioned $100 million and we would put 5% in towards the program, is that correct?
The proposal is 5%, the pilot, the payment in lieu of taxes that we receive for 5% of the tax abatement would go to this Economic Development Community Benefits Fund.
Gotcha. And maybe you can help me understand. Like that $100 million is a large amount, and I'm familiar with companies who receive the IRB using pilot, but typically their investment into their project is $100 million, not the tax abatement. Is that correct? Or
Well, I guess I would ask Mr. Gonzalez to come and give us examples. I do believe that we have approved tax abatements of that size. He can give us some examples, which has been a concern since I've started on the commission, that I know we say that, this is an abatement of future, but what does that money go toward? That money goes towards all of the services that Bernalillo County provides, so it's an opportunity cost to us, even though we know we want these kinds of incentives. So what this does is it balances that out so that we can truly, on a project, talk about creating workforce development, creating those jobs that we're talking about all the time, and helping lift up our local workers so that they can qualify for those jobs, so that we really are meeting that community need. Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us an example, maybe Mesa Studio?
Sure, Madam Chair and Commissioner Barbach. So when we're talking about, like you're saying, $100 million when we're seeing this, like right here, this is $186 million IRB. That represents the private investment. So the total amount that they're going to be using to purchase equipment, for certain construction activities and those items. It's not, we're exempting $186 million worth of taxes. The taxes that we're looking at exempting, like with this example, is we're looking at exempting real property taxes. This is a unique case because this one's being built on city property, so it's the actual vertical construction, the actual building that will be taxed. The portions we'd be tax exempting, and then the personal property tax, which is all of your equipment, and then the gross receipt taxes that are used to purchase the furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. So we would be looking at the exemption of that total to the BurnCo would be, and that would be exempting would be just over 562,000 or over 16 million over the 30-year period. And then the payment in lieu of taxes that we would be collecting would be 25% of the mill rate for the real property that we're looking at. And so what we would be looking at, an annual contribution into this fund from this project would be, an example, would be 5% of the 551,000 that we're collecting annually as a pilot payment. 5% of that would be going into the pot, not 5% of the 186 million.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, the 5% would be about 27,000.
Yeah.
Annually, okay.
I need a clarification on that. So the pilot is the 551,000.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baca, yes,
So the proposal is, okay, that the pilot be increased to the 5% of the full abatement of taxes. So what is the full abatement on this?
The full abatement, this, how much would be abating annually would be 562,000. Because this is about a 50%, nets out to be, with the, that we're just collecting just over close to 50% of the exemption. With the, exemption being at 562,000.
I guess my understanding as we have gone through these and approved some of these IRBs, Mr. Gonzalez, is that the tax abatement was much larger. And so maybe, I mean, this is why we want the Economic Development Department and the county manager to work with the steering committee to come back to what this recommendation is. Because bottom line, what I have seen in my limited experience is a very large tax abatement because it's an incentive to bring a company into Bernalillo County, and the payment in lieu of taxes has been very minimal in comparison. So.
And of course, because the payment in lieu of taxes is going to be less than what is being exempt, but where we get with the total benefits being over the $19 million over that 30 years is also all the additional spending happening from the project, the new employees living, and new taxes that are being collected from the project as well, not just the payment in lieu of taxes that goes into how we calculated the return on investment.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Mr. Gonzalez, the payment in lieu of taxes, typically for the investor who's investing money into our community, they give a payment to Bernalillo County in lieu of taxes, which is less than their original amount. But, and again, make sure I'm getting this right, for Bernalillo County, we're still getting close to the full amount, I believed. It's that now their payment in lieu is so much less than the property taxes because the city of Albuquerque may not get theirs. Is that correct? And vice versa, when the city does one. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Benson, correct. So we're exempting all the other entities except for APS and CNM, and then a portion of the county's taxes, but the state, the city, and AMAFCA or whichever conservancy district is in the area as well, we're exempting those taxes. And conversely, like you're saying, when the city does an IRB, they exempt our taxes as well, and we don't receive a portion of the pilot payment that the city collects at the time.
Thank you.
And
So,
we're the only entity in the metro area too that holds the schools harmless and collects a portion for the schools.
right, and the city does not, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Benson, correct.
So it's in our best interest and the community's best interest, if we're both competing for business development, for us to get it instead of the city of Albuquerque. Because if we pass on it and they take it, then we're out that, it's no longer payment in lieu of taxes, we're just out taxes altogether. But then so is APS, correct?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Benson, I mean, from a math perspective, 0% of 0 is still 0, so correct.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that's a good point. It's not like we're generating tax revenue before, but now we're not getting anything, and the city is. Madam Chair, I'm glad Commissioner Baca is pursuing a strategy, because it is good to codify our intent and create clarity, kind of like what Commissioner Olivas was saying, creating clarity. But, yeah, back to the same with my concern for the data centers is that this will be a disincentive. But it's a disincentive that we, it's not like we would, it's not like businesses are gonna leave. They're just not gonna come, and that's my concern. And we're creating higher standards to attract jobs. Meanwhile, we've had the same conversation where we decrease standards for public housing. Like I remember we had a heck of a time getting our tiny homes filled, and so we had to keep lowering standards so that we could get them filled. Meanwhile, we're increasing standards, and they're all incentives. So I feel like we're disincentivizing business development, job creation, and we're doing the opposite. We're not incentivizing, with our unhoused population with substance use. We're incentivizing that, saying, hey, no problem, we'll actually lower standards so you can move into tiny homes village. But meanwhile, we're increasing standards, saying, well, I don't know if we want you to come here and create jobs and get a tax break that we're not gonna suffer from, but you won't benefit. We want you to go somewhere to another community. And that's my concern with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. I'll let Commissioner Barbara Baca and then Commissioner Frank Baca.
Just a quick response. I don't, it's new. What I do feel is that it provides those companies that are wanting to come to Bernalillo County with the value system that Bernalillo County has. If we want to build a workforce, we can help through our economic development policies to create that workforce training for those kids coming out of high school. We have, for example, using GROW money, a 2-year temporary funding source. Working with my representative on the west side, we created a pilot program for our pre-apprenticeship program at West Mesa High School. Hugely successful, but it was a one-time deal. We could create incentive, and programs like this that we have within and embedded into our economic development policies that creates that workforce. That's what this is about. It's new. We haven't done it before. We want businesses to see Bernalillo County is interested in investing and in their workforce creation. And that's one of the things that this stream of funding could do. We don't have that right now. We don't have that stream of funding. So that's one of the suggestions of this, large effort came to the top of the list of our steering committee as priorities that we should consider. And so what I'm saying, we need to move this forward. I grabbed this from the recommendation from that work to bring it back to the steering committee with the economic development and the county manager to work through it and come back to us with it. So I do believe that this is an opportunity. And good business, we want good businesses. You know, we want to incentivize, we have provided millions and millions of dollars of tax abatement without anything like this, without any investment in our workforce development, in our small businesses, in some of the things that we're talking here about community benefits. So that's where I'm coming from, Commissioner. Thank you. And if you want, I can ask Michael Guerrero, the chair, to come up and answer in much more eloquent form than I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baca. Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this approach, and I tell you why. It's basically what Commissioner Barbara Baca just stated in terms of this is telling businesses what we do want. It's not saying you can't come here. Anybody can come here, right? And without any incentives, anybody can open up any kind of business they want. But this is telling the community what we do want and what we will incentivize. And I think that's a decision that, we should make, that we, based on input from our community, this is what we should be arguing for. I just philosophically support anything that produces higher wages for people in general. Having been a business owner, having a son who's a business owner, probably employs 50 people, today, I just think there's a mindset in this community that somehow employees are not entitled to maximize their time. And I get it. I know what margin's all about. I know what doing taxes is about and paying taxes and 940s, 941s. I get nightmares about that. I've done that. I did that for 20 years. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, we just have this almost mindset that I don't understand about. We're so worried about the payroll or what we're paying to our employees. And I see it just the opposite. Because when you pay your employees more, they're more productive. I just had this conversation with my son yesterday who employs 50 people. And he had the exact same conversation. And he is, I will tell you, is of a different party than I am. But he is a very generous employer because he understands the importance of paying employees so he can retain them and to be able to develop their full potential and being fully productive. So I just think as a general rule and practice that when we ask companies to pay their employees as much as possible, to hire local, I think those are good things. I think it's a mindset, and I feel that way about public employees. I feel that way about private employees. I just feel that about people in general, that we should not be afraid to take the position that employees should and are deserving of compensation, not to the point that the business goes out. I understand that, you can't do that. But I also understand the margin. I understand how things work in terms of how the margin is developed and things that, I don't want to get into that, but I've been there, done that, so I know how that works. But I do have a question. So I like this approach. I think it's the right approach, personally. I do feel badly about one thing in terms of, I feel really bad about having asked a representative to be on this committee and find out he probably put in like 300 hours of work on this without any compensation. After just talking about the importance of compensation, I think if I would have realized how much time he was going to be put in as a volunteer, I'm not sure I would have asked him, but he didn't complain, and I really appreciate that effort that he and the other volunteers put in. But it kind of goes back to another discussion we've had in the past about looking at our volunteer committees. I know Commissioner Olivas and I have been talking about that and wanting to do something overall, because we're asked people to donate so much time and they do so. There's so many people that do that, and I still think it's just something that's really important incumbent upon us to figure out some way to compensate them even in a small amount. I do have a question, and that is in regards to the pool of money, the pilot, which I understand, may not be a huge sum of money depending on the project. I get it. But my question is this, what is the pilot currently used for now? Because we do get pilots from time to time, right? Not every project, or maybe we do on every project, I'm not sure. So Marcos, if you tell me, what is the pilot currently used for now? Because we do get it, and then under this proposal, what do you understand the pilot would be used for? If we just put it in a pool, what is that pool of money gonna be used for? If that has been developed, you know, that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, and Mr. Vice Chair. So right now, the pilot funds are used for economic development programming, like we used it to pay for the Economic Development Steering Committee. As a example, we also have time to time used it as some LEDA funds for county projects, like with the Array Solar project. That's how we came up with the $250,000 for the county's contribution to the project. So my understanding is we would still have economic development programming, and then 5% of pilot collections from the projects would be going towards this new committee fund, the community benefits fund. If this resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. I too wanted to respond just a little bit. I mean, there's so much here. I think in our history, I've tried to learn to understand so much of this as much as I can. But when I think of like the things we have done that was my predecessors did around Amazon or the CERTA, I think they have increased jobs, but we heard tonight, maybe not the best paying jobs. I know my son worked a few years ago. He got a job at the CERTA mattress company up there on the far west side, and he said, you know, like within his second day, he spent longer at the bathroom, and when he came back, they literally told him that he had to stay later because he had stayed over the time he was allotted to go to the restroom. And so I know I'm not a business owner. I know there's a lot to figure out, but I think we have to consistently think of and adding these kind of benefits, this kind of sort of some guardrails, some expectations of what our community can get in place for when we're giving these big tax breaks, I think is a really great first step. I thank you for bringing this information. I did want to, just because I can't resist the temptation, to talk about the comparison to our tiny home villages not being fun. I just want to say it's not apples to apples in any way, shape, or form. I would say that our tiny home village, as an example, just to use as an example, but I think this goes across the board, for our services, when we say we have the community begged for and developed a tiny home village. We have a Milagro program that serves people that are pregnant and using substances. When I first came in, when me and you did that tour, they had been empty for almost a year. They'd had one person. Do we have need in the community? Definitely. Tiny home village is the same. We have this huge need, and when we have an empty building, a facility that's supposed to be offering services that is an obvious need, then it's that we're not meeting that need. We're not serving in the position to which those folks it is very much just like a business model. If we're meeting the need of the community, then they are gonna be knocking at our door and we're gonna have a waiting list, right? But when we're not meeting that need. So I just wanted to, that's why we would have empty facility buildings and have to change our standards. And that might be why we have to also change our standards and try a different approach, because I think we've tried quite a few times to not have regulations, to not demand more, and we're told, well, nobody's ever gonna come here. But we see them come here, and I don't actually see the huge benefits coming out when we're bringing a bunch of jobs that maybe our next generation doesn't love, right? But yes, we have to create the workforce. So I'm really glad to have this conversation, this introduction. And I just wanted to thank you and yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I think it's consistent with my last resolution that I support this. I think this is on the right track. I do have some things that I wanted to highlight for potentially future improvement. So the rubric, in its current form is not tied to any sort of outcome. So there's a rubric, but it's unclear what 0 points gets you versus what 50 points gets you. And so this rubric, I understand a ton of work went into this steering committee and Commissioner Baca, but this rubric is not useful at all if it's not tied to an outcome, right? I guess it may help us sort of grade projects against one another, but I think Commissioner Baca mentioned that it would be graded. And what I would like to see is a progressive structure, right? Where a project that brings a very high score, we need to figure out what that threshold is eligible for a much lower pilot. They're eligible for enhanced incentives, whatever those look like. And a project that comes in with very little or nothing gets a less favorable pilot. And so I think we're fixating on this designation of 5% of the pilot to community benefits. I don't actually think that's as important as the rubric and tying the rubric to the incentive structure, because that's how we put our values into action, right? If we're gonna say that we want good jobs and we want good projects, the rubric helps us get there and define what is that project and how do we incentivize that? How do we tell the developer of the really good project that we want to work with them and we're going to make it worth their time? And so I really hope we can see a progressive structure. And this is halfway there. I think we're pretty dang close. But we have to tie that to whatever that looks like. And then I just wanted to flag a couple of things in here that maybe we want to have some more discussions on. Childcare is really important. I want to acknowledge that, and I know things are changing daily with the current legislative session, but with what is largely universal free childcare, I don't know how relevant that section is to businesses. I actually think that's a huge advantage to the state of New Mexico, having universal free childcare, because it takes something like this off of the table for employers. They don't have to worry about it. They don't have to incentivize it. They don't have to pay for it. I wish we'd do something like that with healthcare, right? If we didn't have employer insurance and we didn't have, anyway, I'm going off on a tangent there, but that's a huge cost to employers, as is childcare if they're involved in it. And the other one that, again, it's not that I have anything against it. I think tribal engagement is terrific. It's a prerequisite, but I think it only applies to certain projects, and I'm not versed enough to know that or to say that, I guess, so maybe I shouldn't. But I just want to make sure that we're not applying kind of a broad brush to things where it doesn't apply. So I know that, for example, I think the project on the screen here, that's been one of the issues, is tribal consultation, or perhaps lack thereof. But there might be, for example, this isn't one of our projects, but, well, actually, so the Manzano Ridge Apartments project that we did last meeting is up in the northeast heights of my district. It's nowhere near any kind of tribal land, recognizing that this is all tribal land, but in current mapping that we have, right? And so I know that I want to make sure that we are respecting that, but at the same time, not unduly penalizing projects where that just isn't applicable. So just want to make sure that there's some thought to that and figuring that out, how, and I don't know, I don't have the answer, because you want to make sure that for some projects it's mandatory or highly encouraged, and for others where it doesn't apply, maybe it doesn't apply. And then on the Community Advisory Board, like Commissioner Frank Baca, I'm a little bit concerned about that, only in the sense of making sure that we are asking volunteers to do something that's meaningful and impactful, and obviously compensating them for that. We're working on that, Commissioner Baca and I. But I guess I'm wondering, this is just saying they're gonna, at advise. And what I would really like to see, and I know that everybody freaks out on this word, is I would like to see somewhat of an oversight role. I'm not saying they come in and veto projects or pull incentives, but making sure that we're going back and looking at projects 5 years later, 10 years later, and that our community members are doing that. I know our staff does that, but, and I don't know that we don't always have the bandwidth to do that. We need to do that, it's part of our job, but if we're gonna have this group, I really think we should empower them with some level of oversight. And I know that word freaks everybody out because I served on the police oversight board, and everybody has, fears of that word, but I think that that's really important. I think they need to be doing more than just saying, we think you should do X, Y, Z. I think they should also be saying, and we think you should look at this project, or we think that this project is great, or this project is problematic. And then the last thing that I want to highlight, I think there may be, particularly because these two resolutions are now on a dual track, there may be a reason at the next meeting to have a discussion about folding in the data center piece into the larger rewrite of the EDD policies and procedures. Because if we pass that in some form and we pass this in some form, how can we merge those so that they're working together, or they're at least in the same place for a developer? And then the last one is, I don't know, I haven't floated this one really to anybody, but it's always bothered me that we abate the taxes for other entities. So it was described by the director that we have a general policy of not abating taxes for for CNM and APS. I think that's very good. We should make sure we keep them whole. But flood control is not important. The soil and water conservation districts that we heard tonight, we don't care about them getting their funding. I just think it's kind of crazy that the legislature or somebody gave us the authority to wipe out the taxes for all these other entities that are duly elected. Our MAFCA board members are duly elected. Our soil and water conservation members are duly elected. They levy their taxes, and then we're gonna wipe them out and generally not make them whole for that. And I heard some discussion at the Legislative Finance Committee that they're gonna take a hard look at IRBs because of that issue, because of the widespread abatement of taxes for a long-term, 20, 30 years. So I might work with staff on an amendment, see where it goes, but I really think we should set the pace there and say that we are not gonna abate taxes for educational entities, hospitals, and environmental organizations. I just think those are critical. You can't run a business without healthcare in the community. You can't run a business without flood control, and you can't run a business without good schools. So if we're not consistent in keeping those entities whole, then I think we have a real, to me, it's maybe more of a moral problem, but I think it's one that we can take the high ground on. So I want to work with management on that and see if we can come up with something, and we'll see where it goes. But I support this. I think there's a little bit of work to do, but it's way better than where we're at.
Thank you. Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Madam Chair, first I have a question for Marcos, and I think we asked this during this process, but we never were able. Do you have, for the past 5 years, what we have provided in terms of abatements to companies and projects? Do you have that now, or can you?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Barbara, yes, we do have that. That's part of our GASB 77 that we have to report not only what we're exempting, but also what we're exempting for others. And we have to provide that to them, that they have to report in their financials as well as part of their GASB 77. So when the city does an IRB, they give us how much they're exempting of our property taxes as well. So we get that and put that into our financials. And then from a process standpoint, just to let the public know, we do provide letters out to the different taxing entities that we're doing an IRB and ask them if they don't have any questions or if they want to come to the commission and ask for the pilot payment to include their portions. And just for the record, like in this job of being here at Bernalillo County for almost 14 years, we've never had a taxing entity come forward and ask for a pilot payment to compensate them for their taxes being exempted. So I just wanted to add that point, but doesn't mean we can't have that discussion further with Commissioner Olivas and members of the commission. But I just wanted to have that level setting.
Thank you. But can you provide that? Do you know what that past 5 years of tax abatements that we've foregone?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Marabaca will work with the finance group and provide that information.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And lastly, Madam Chair, I would like the chair of our steering committee to come up for a quick round on these three priorities that are included in the resolution, so that if I've missed anything, I want to make sure that the steering committee is heard on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Just really want to appreciate this year-long conversation because it has been, I think, very, very useful. Let me first start with a rubric. I think, so the intent of the rubric is really to build on existing policies and practices that the commission already has. Our policies and procedures basically require a project plan from the applicant already. And it asks a lot of the questions that are already being raised, right? LEDA requires a project participation agreement, right? Where they do have to spell out some of these commitments that they're going to make. What this tool does is basically clarify what those are and breaks it down in terms of like, these are the 5 categories, these are the different aspects of them. This is, just make it clear for people. This is a tool for you as commissioners to be able to make these decisions, more informed decisions, and also remember it's for the community. A lot of this was about the community feeling, when we talk about predictability, there is so much uncertainty for the community to be able to engage in this process. It's not an easy process to engage. So something that really spells out what the negotiations are, what the commitments are, is really important. Remember, the community, from the time you pass the inducement resolution, it's 1 month, 4 weeks for the community to learn everything they need to know to engage in this process. And that is a serious disadvantage for anybody who has any concerns about any of these projects. So being able to make it as easy as possible and make it as clear as possible and as transparent as possible for the community is really critical. The pilot fund or the community benefits fund. So really this is about how can we enhance our economic development efforts, right? From a $186 million project, is $27,000 a year really a big burden for a company that's going to make that size of an investment, when we can invest that money in things like the pre-apprenticeship program at West Mesa, when the Rio Grande Development Corporation and the incubator there is struggling every year to raise money? Can't we use some of these resources to fund those things? We're going to need wraparound services for people that are going through training and education to get these jobs. Where is that money going to come from? I mean, there's so many things, needs that we have just on economic development alone that this money can be used for. And 5%, remember, Genovis, the consultants that were contracted by you all to make recommendations, they said 2.5% to 5% is standard practice around the country these days for these kind of community benefit funds. So it's not an unusual thing at all. And it's something that easily can be implemented here. In terms of the advisory board, and Commissioner Olivas, really appreciate your thoughts and comments about that. The board, 2 things to say about that. One is it's not about creating an extra step in the process. So it's not like the Planning Commission, for instance, where it's like, let's review these projects, we'll make a decision, can be appealed to the county commission. It's not about creating that. It also does not eliminate discretion on your part, right? Staff could come up to you and say, look, this project scored really low on just about everything. We still recommend it for these reasons, but what you have with the rubric is that it gives you a way to say, well, I don't know, you know, scoring that low, don't think it merits like, you know, whatever. It should be more than a 5% pilot. They should invest in other things. If there's a real justification, because the rubric may not cover everything as well, right? There may be other things that, aspects of it that haven't been developed yet. It's a tool that's gonna have to be tested out and may have to be revised in the next year or so once it's applied, so we know how it's actually working. Or if, you know, like Commissioner Oliva says, if it scores really high, it's like, yeah, let's roll out the red carpet, you know? So, but it could be, if you want to actually tie it to some real benchmarks, it can, that's totally up to you all to decide that. But as it is right now, it really would be leaving you and the staff some discretion to make recommendations, but at least the public knows. If you make a decision on something that scores low, the public knows why. And there's a mechanism for accountability. So I think that's generally just some thoughts on it. Not completely thought through because this is something, again, that is new, but it could set a really important model moving forward for how it's done. Last thing I'll say, when I was at the International Economic Development Conference with the staff, I sat in on a panel presentation on trends of economic development. Like what's happening now? What's different now about economic development than the past? The panel was all about public engagement. It's like we cannot make these decisions if the community is not involved. We saw it through the community dialogue process. There's a real hunger to have these conversations. People really want to be involved in this stuff. They want to help figure this out. And so the step that you're taking with this resolution is opening the door for the community to be more engaged, to have more input, and really to help push economic development and make us more competitive. Because I think we all want to be more competitive, right? So anyway, but what does that mean? What does it mean to be competitive? So anyway, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Did you have anything?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, sir. What do you expect if this passes? How many new businesses do you expect for us to attract with this new matrix? How many jobs can it attract? Can you give me any kind of anticipatory numbers?
No, I can't, honestly. Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's...
Do you have any goals for economic development? I mean, the whole thing is growing jobs. Do you have any goals?
Well, if I'm tying a number to it, would be hard. The goal would be getting, one, greater investment into economic development. So that's what this fund would do, right? So we could fund apprenticeship programs. We can get more of our community members into some of these jobs so that they're trained. We're developing the programs to be able to do that. We're supporting small business development, you know, through our incubators, providing other supports that can be done through this, through these resources, and greater community engagement, right? So lifting up Albuquerque. I think, you know, so one question, if I may, Commissioner Olivas raised childcare, universal child. That is a huge advantage that the state can provide. Do we have enough childcare centers? Do we have the workforce to be able to do it? How are we going to be able to pay and train that workforce, right? So, so those are things I think that if we can build that foundation, that infrastructure, it is going to make us more competitive. So I can't give you a number. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I just don't know. Not setting this, these tools are not about being able to set a number in terms of how many more can we attract. But I think it will help us in the long run.
Can you give me any concrete, like help, any glimpse of hope that this will make us more economically advantageous than what we already are?
Yes, having a better trained workforce.
Numerically.
No, I can't give you a number. I'm sorry, sir, I can't.
Okay.
You're asking me to give.
No, yeah, if you can't, I appreciate you not making up a number.
If our economic development staff cannot tell us all of the projects that are applying right now, how can they even give you that number, right? Because those projects are confidential up to a certain point. So we don't even know who's applying, right? We know some of the numbers, but we don't know who's out there, who's applying, who's talking to area, who's talking to New Mexico Partnership, who's talking to the governor's office. So it's hard for anybody, I would argue. Maybe Marcos, Director Gonzalez can. I think that would be great. It would be helpful if we all had those projections, but there's so many aspects to being able to give you an accurate number.
No, fair enough, fair enough. Thank you, sir. Director Gonzalez, then I had a follow-up question from earlier. The discussion, along with showing us the abatements that have been given over the last, however long, that period, 5 years. Can you also build us a table that shows the investment into the community, job creation, and also clawbacks that we do for companies that don't meet the standards, so that we know that that's not, lost money that a company's making off without giving us anything in return. And then we have a standard. And then, since they can't give us any kind of goal, then we have a number, and then this matrix should improve upon that number. That would be my assumption, because we can't set a goal yet, and maybe you don't want to set a goal, even if we have the number of everything we've given and all the jobs we've created, and we don't want to say, well, I don't want to say, 5% more. We can say, all right, well, in the next year, we've created this many jobs, or we've had this many companies apply, or whatever. And then we can compare that to how we've been doing. And if it's better, awesome, home run. And if it's not, then maybe we should reconsider some of the criteria.
Thank you, Commissioner Frank Baca.
Just one last point to take on that. I'm not sure we're necessarily talking about quantitative as opposed to qualitative.
Yes.
And that's my concern about that. Who do we want to come here? There's a lot of companies that want to come here for different reasons, but I think we're looking at in my opinion, we're looking about the nature of the company, the quality. That's just my perspective anyway.
But then that's a different conversation, excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Baca, that's a different conversation than economic development. Maybe that's spiritual development, and maybe that's valuable, or maybe it's moral development, and maybe that's valuable, and maybe we should implement that here. But if our job's to create the welfare, then we should be able to numerically categorize it.
When I say qualitative, I'm thinking good paying jobs versus not good paying jobs. So it's not spiritual, it's very much in terms of the types of employers that we want to have here, so.
Yeah.
Can we track that?
Well,
Seems like we can.
I would like to ask, because I haven't actually seen, I think I would love to learn more. I've been trying to learn more about economic development as you all speak of it, but I would say the same about area, right? Like, we're guessing at a goal that we can hope to make by throwing certain things at them, right? And I think that the things like our childcare, all the things that have been mentioned tonight are pieces that we're hoping people will see. But what we haven't said, and what I think this pushes us to think deeper about, is that how are these actually benefiting the communities? Like I mentioned, I'm not against, we need a labor workforce. Somebody needs to make those mattresses. But when we've seen already that when the labor force now isn't working, then what happened? The employers raised pay, right? And when we create an environment where we're setting some expectations, then maybe it won't be that because they spent an extra 10 minutes using the bathroom, that's the reason why they are gonna have to stay out. So I think it's a push and pull in both directions. We want good jobs for our communities, and we need to see that those jobs are benefiting, actually benefiting and being those good jobs for our families.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yeah,
Commissioner Benson.
The area actually has presented to us their goals, and they hold themselves accountable to it, which I think that's valuable. That is economic development. And that's all I'm asking from this committee.
And just for clarification, Madam Chair and Commissioner Benson, at next meeting, we'll be providing the annual report for both the Economic Development Department, and we can tweak it to go over the 5-year period that you're both have asked for and the pilot amounts and those pieces. But also area will also be providing their annual report as well. That will have some of those pieces as well. And so we'll make sure that they have that included in their report too.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I think that the rubric isn't isolated and won't be used on its own and separate from the strategic work that our economic development policies outline. It'll be blended into that economic development policy plan, as Director Gonzalez says he's coming back to us with. But some goals that we have, I believe, are more trained workers, more small businesses, better quality of life. We haven't even talked about that particular part of the rubric of, is the business, taking into consideration use of water, and they get a score on there, from 0 to 4, and those kinds of things with the quality of life. We want good jobs, we want clean jobs, businesses, so the rubric is really, the idea is a holistic view as we are ranking or grading or creating a framework for bringing in businesses or supporting small local businesses as well with our tax incentives. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not really sure why this would be concerning to the business community based on what the Chair Guerrero just shared. If this is just a score for us to review, but there's still 100% discretion for the staff and the commission to make any decision they want based on that. I mean, I'm going to support this now, but frankly, if that's where we go with this, I don't know if I can support it in the end, because I just don't know that that really moves the needle. If the point here is, I'm going back to when we did those, when we did that all-day meeting and we got that big, huge box of materials, and the most important, or not important, it was all important, but the most interesting piece to me, I guess, was the polling. And the data that came back from that polling was from our community, right? Listening to people that live here, including business owners. And the number 1, 2, and 3 thing was good jobs. And they defined for us what they thought a good job was. And it was, largely financial, right? What does it pay? Does it pay a living wage where you can support your family, et cetera? So I think that Commissioner Benson's question is very fair. What is our goal here? I don't think our goal should just be all jobs, bring us all jobs, any jobs that you want to bring to our community. I don't believe in that. That is, and I shared this with the business community the other day, that's trickle-down economics. That is failed conservative economic theory that, give more money to the rich, and eventually it'll trickle down to everybody else. So as long as we're just bringing more rich people into the community and they're hiring more people at starvation wages, all boats will rise. Don't worry about it. It'll take care of itself. That has failed miserably in this country. And that's, I believe, why we're seeing the political unrest. We're seeing the social unrest, the huge swings in, political power in this country, because the lower economic rungs of our system are suffering. They are barely making it, not making it. And the current economic development system we have in this country just perpetuates that, right? Keeping people poor and, limiting upward mobility. That ladder to the middle class and much less the upper class is largely severed and very frayed, for sure. So, I think this is a good idea, but again, if it's not going to go the step of tying the scoring to some kind of, some kind of outcome, then I don't really think that we have accomplished anything. So I really, really, really want to encourage that. I think that's what we need to see. That's how we get good jobs, versus if we're just going to, give it a score and then we're going to do whatever we're going to do. The whole time I've sat on this commission, we've never denied an IRB. I can't think of one. And there's only been a couple times where someone voted against one, and I'm usually that person. So I don't think we have a great track record of scrutinizing those, and maybe those were all good deals. I mean, they passed, I voted for a lot of them. So, but I just think that this is a new tool that if we really do it right, it can actually help us attract those employers that we want to attract. And for those others that don't meet the requirements, they can come in at their own expense, like Amazon did, by the way. We talked about Amazon a lot. Amazon didn't come in and ask for incentives. They didn't get an IRB. They didn't get a LEDA. They didn't get a TID. They came in and they said, how much to buy the permits? And we'll get started. All right? That's fine. So I hope we can work towards that outcome. I don't know if that's the sponsor's intent, but I really feel strongly that we need to move in that direction.
I move approval of the introduction. There's been a lot of discussion. It's getting late, and I think that we have a lot of food for thought, and I am really a big proponent of moving this forward because our community has asked us for it. And I do think this truly is a balance. It's not either or, it's a both and, business, economic success, and not forgetting about our benefits to our current residents, our community. So I call the question. Thank you.
May I?
Thank you. I'll second that. Yes, County Manager.
Thank you. I just need to ask a process question. So with our introduction process, this would come back in 2 weeks. So I need Michael. Oh, good, you're still awake there. Michael, could you come forward? And the reason is I just want to talk about timing, because what this would require us to do is get the committee together rather quickly so that we can get it in our timeline, for publication and all of that. So serious question. So I'm really curious about, yes.
We already reached out in anticipation of this vote. We already scheduled the steering committee to meet for an hour.
It's not an hour. So, and let me just say, I want to be very candid that I want to make sure that you get the information you need in the time that you need it. And so I don't think that's an hour meeting. I don't think we've done anything in an hour. It's a very interested group. It's a very dynamic group. It's a really smart group, and they have a lot of ideas and information. So really what I want to ask, because Commissioner, I'm presuming you want this back in 2 weeks at our next commission meeting. So I'm really curious, Michael, you've been with the group as long as we have. Do you think we could get the rubric that, with all the feedback we've gotten, have a product? And we're going to really defer to the commission because I want to make sure you're getting their best thinking. I think you hear from us a lot. So I'm just thinking that to get that final product back to you is what my interest is.
It is a 2-hour meeting on the 5th that may be doable, but it's a lot of work, I think, to really talk through it.
Well, if I could add to that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair and Chair of our steering committee, Manager. This is to bring this, the introduction of this resolution comes back in 2 weeks, which says this draft rubric is what we're asking you all to work on in greater detail and roll up your sleeves.
So you don't need a product, a final product?
On the 24th of February, as per the resolution. But the next meeting is approval of directing you to do that. To bring it forward. I think meeting with the steering committee won't be completed on the 5th of February. Is that when you're meeting?
Yes.
But you'll have a better draft.
Okay, I'm just wanting to meet expectations because in this area, there have been many that I've worked on for you over this last year. This is one where I want to make sure we're really clear because I feel like communication's been a little bit difficult in this area. So if we can dig in, and maybe what I would just say aloud is schedule the other meetings that meet the final timeline. Yeah, just so that we make sure that we're really crystal clear and on target. Then I would feel more comfortable just not raising concerns about
I
being
just-
able to meet your expectations.
I just want to note that I heard the 24th, and that's less than 30 days from now, so does that feel, I think the question is, does that feel doable?
I think if we had this meeting on the 5th, if we need another meeting before the 24th to tighten anything up, I think that's doable.
Great, okay,
Depends
thank
on
you.
Great.
the other members there.
Thank you all. Thanks for everything. My last 2 cents is just around the relationship piece of it. I really appreciate you, Mr. Guerrero, talking about the relationship pieces, that is how being in relationship to our business community, to our tribes, to our surrounding communities, is the way we move things in a direction. When we just sort of try and push things, then nobody's happy. And the last thing I want to say, I just want to really appreciate our Economic Development Department. Previous to all of this, community had come to us and we're responding to community needs. But a lot of the lists that they had said, we want this, this, and this, when I talked to I learned at that time, talking to Marcos and our Economic Development Department, that many of those we already had in place. And I think Mr. Guerrero spoke to this too, that we already had a lot of these that are in this matrix were already in place for our county had already done that good work. And we're updating it, right? We're saying that as we continue to need to meet the need and grow our economic development strategies, our benefits for our communities that come out of those strategies, that's what we're sort of updating to this point. So, and I think I will follow up with Commissioner Olivas, but for me, I really loved when Mr. Ramos, that was his name, I think, that explained sort of I really loved that it is a comparable, this is, for me, that's the transparency part, is that one, for the first time, I may be able to see in real comparison something between what others have done. I love the idea, because frankly, even myself as a commissioner who has access to all of you, have not been able to see that apples to apples. And I think we need it as county commissioners, but also our community needs to be able to see it. And we'll learn that once they see that, then folks are a lot more bought in and can actually be proud of the work that we've done to try and grow that economic and have benefits for our communities that come out of that. Mr. Guerrero.
If I may, Madam Chair, members of the commission, so Director Gonzalez just reminded me that if the final version needs to be ready for the 24th, then all the material needs to be finalized and uploaded by the 14th. So having the meeting on the 5th, I don't know if we can get the committee to meet another time before then, especially with the legislature going on still at that time. So we may need another couple of weeks, is what I'm saying.
That makes sense. Do we need to make that amendment, or where's Julie? Just kidding. If that's already in the current.
Madam Chair, if I may, since the item is for introduction, edits will be entertained at final adoption.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I guess we could move those so that we're not coming to final adoption to make those changes. Okay, are we good, Commissioner Baca?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I guess I'm willing to say that instead of the 24th, we could say March 10th, just to put it in as an amendment to this resolution, that the committee will meet with the county manager and bring forward this updated rubric, et cetera, by March 10th. That gives you the ability to do that?
I will say that our rules of procedure dictates that upon final adoption, when it's coming back for final consideration, is when floor amendments are taken.
Okay.
So right now it's introduced as published.
Okay. Yeah. I'll consider that. I will consider that at the time then. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero, and our Economic Development Department very much. Oh, did we not vote on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. You have to pass for introduction. And we are on to, I want to hope I'm right, our last, oh no, we have a few. Never mind. 10A, compliance. I am very excited to hear from our compliance office, including our very amazing Chair Martha Brown and Attorney Veronica Gonzalez. Thank you. Thank you for waiting with us for so long.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We're here, Ms. Gonzalez, Veronica Gonzalez, our Chair, and Rocky Gutierrez, Compliance Office, on behalf of the board, the Bernalillo County Code of Conduct Review Board, to present to you our advisory opinion with regard to adjusting compensation of the elected officials for Bernalillo County going forward. So Ms. Gonzalez will take you through basically the process that we have followed and the things that we have considered. We also have our consultant from Gallagher Benefit Services, Catherine Thorpe, on the line to provide information about the market analysis portion, which she performed for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brown, and thank you, Mr. Gutierrez and Ms. Veronica Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having us. We're just getting our slides pulled up here. Many thanks.
Thank you.
I've prepared a 5-slide deck presentation that I've shared with all of you in advance of the meeting. I'm happy to go through that in a Cliff Notes version way, given the time, or happy to stand for questions. How would you like us to proceed, Madam Chair?
Thank you. I think we can, if there is any other need, I think we all thank you for coming and giving us briefings. I want the community to know that this is also available online. I think we can just stand for questions to see if, and have discussion, and everybody's here available. So I think I'll move to approve item number 10A.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second. Let's get into discussion. Anybody have questions, discussion items for? And I was told when I was briefed on this that we can approve all as is. We could piece apart. We could say change. We could put things as we want to. So I just want to name that out. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the board, the board chair, and Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. Gutierrez, everybody that's worked on this. And I know that you had a really tight turnaround, and you were kind of having to read the tea leaves on what the commission was going to do with the ordinance changes, and then sort of having this ready to go. But I really appreciate that you all really honored what I think was the intent of the commission, and made true on our aspiration of assigning this to you all to try to take an independent third-party look, folks that have no real incentive to, one way or another, right? Really being as impartial as one can be, right? We all live in this community, we all care about it, so no one's truly impartial, but as close as you can be. So I appreciate the work, and I think that that was our goal, right? That was really my concern with the way we did this before, was that we were really doing that internally, like at the commission level. And to me, that's just, that's not always a great look. I don't think that anything wrong was done there with the original increase. But when you're making your own recommendations on salaries, that's, kind of just not a good look, not a good feeling. And so, this is as close as we can get to taking that out of our hands. We're the appropriators, so at the end of the day, we have to sort of stamp off on it. But, my thoughts on this are, we assigned that, we trusted the board to make that decision. You guys hired a consultant. I had the opportunity to brief with you, and actually just incidentally attended one of your meetings to see you sort of do an update on that. And so, just have kind of an idea of your process, and I think it was very fair. And I think that if we want to hold true to the charge that we gave you, we need to hold true to that and trust you all, which I do. And so that's why I support this. And my only feedback is just, maybe going forward in the future, I know it wasn't in the charge, and we can talk offline about maybe we need to add to the ordinance or to the charge. But opining a little bit on sort of, do you all think that coming back to us every 2 years, every 4 years is the right way to go? Or would you rather tie this to some kind of index? Do we tie it to the median wage? Do we tie it to just, employee salaries, cost of living? Examining some of those things so that we don't end up in a hole like we have been. And then secondly, the chair. Having come off of being the chair, I just have an appreciation for how much extra work that is. And so recognizing that is extra work and our colleagues at the city do the same. So those are the only two things, but I don't think that affects what you're presenting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Olivas, any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is excellent work also. I would just offer an amendment to tie the commission increase, instead of going 55%, to the highest percentage that any other employee is getting. Just looking at the data that you all had presented, the sheriff, that's an underpaid position, and we're capping it out. I think 55 is just a huge jump, and it reminds me of when the county presented our raises to be like 100 and, what was it, or 200?
127.
Yeah, something crazy like that. And we obviously, but that was based on market data. And so that would be my only recommendation, just so that it doesn't look like this is self-serving, that the county commission votes for a raise for everybody. Oh, and we're gonna give ourselves a 55% raise and everyone else 33%. That would be my only recommendation, but actually I would also second the motion to pay the chair an additional stipend. I think there's a good standard for that, and so I would agree with that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I ask, so I understand myself, are you saying to cap at a 55%, or are you saying to make it equal to the other percent?
To the either the average of the other increases, and if you can go to that slide, please, or even the highest, which is 37%, which is the sheriff's getting, or an average of those. So somewhere in the 33% range. That's still a pretty awesome pay raise for anybody to get a 33% raise.
Well, I guess this is a point for conversation, so I want it, so two things. I want to also thank everybody for doing all the accolades. Thank you for all this hard work. Sounds like we even have more things. I think for me, when I see 69,000, and I don't want to say this out loud because I feel like I can, because you and I will not benefit from this. We're termed out after we came in at the same time. We're going to be leaving at the same time. And so I feel even better about talking about this now, because I think right now I'm working 2 jobs, as is most of the people on this. But right now, and so I'm very much pulled. But if 69,000, maybe it would be great to be able to focus on it. I love both my jobs, actually, and it would be hard to choose between, but I would be able to if I could afford, and then I could actually spend time and focus. The other piece to this that I know is that every single one of us is different. So whether this is high or not, we could still be status quo and just let the staff pretty much do our job for us, show up and bang a gavel, and, anybody could choose to do that. And hopefully the voters would hold that person accountable. But really, with excellent staff, you sometimes don't really see that, right? If we have excellent staff, we're moving along. You don't see whether I put in more hours or he puts in more hours or she puts in more hours. And there's not really accountability other than what hopefully our voters can see that and hold us accountable. So all I'm saying is that I think it is important, at the discussion that we did have in last December about our raises, was that this has to be a number that people can actually live on, concentrate, and is comparable to New Mexicans. So I would agree with you on saying in the future, past this time where we haven't had a raise, or where the commission hasn't had a raise for, I forget the numbers that you said last time, 20 years, there was something, but little, I don't know. We're way behind. So I think jumping up at least to this, I would actually suggest, I was gonna make an amendment that maybe we think about what 3 years in the future looks like and maybe add it to 72,000 or something. But I feel okay with these numbers because they were so hard worked at, knowing, but I would hate to decrease the 55% now, maybe make a cap for future beyond that, that we say we're gonna re-come to this every 3 or 4 years and that it never goes over what everybody else does or never goes over at 35% or something. But I do feel like we need to get to the place where I hope in the next position that somebody can actually commit their whole time to it because it's a position that they can do and not have to pull between other priorities.
Madam Chair, my only pushback to that is that the commission position is considered a part-time job. And so if it was considered a full-time job, then we'd be looking somewhere in the range of these other full-time, like Madam Clerk, down the row. So I'm with you. I get it. It's got to be an incentive for, the state legislature. I think they should be paid. That's a barrier to entry to become a state senator or a state representative. So I agree. I just think I see that percentage change compared to everybody else where it is their full-time job. And it seems, that 55% is glaring. And anybody who's looking at numbers, I think it would stand out. So it's your all raises, assuming you get reelected. So 55 may not seem that big, but it's not going to affect me one way or another. 33 is way more than what we were getting. So that's my feedback. Trying to make it reasonable compared to the changes that all the other electeds are getting, and not self-serving. It just looks self-serving. Thank you.
And I would just like to add, I hope everybody's thinking about the future of this and not, I don't think anyone's thinking about their current raises because we all got in it right here where we're at, which is lower than any of this. So thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Baca.
Yeah, honestly, personally, I'm okay with either option, to tell you the truth. I do have some concerns, some legal concerns I've expressed from the day I got this job, basically, I think, to recently with conversation with Professor Gonzalez and Rocky about the propriety or legality of voting on a raise that I will eventually get, understanding that is uncertain if I run for reelection. I get it. But it almost could be that it should be disqualifying from you if you vote, that you don't get it. But at the same time, I think I've been convinced that it's probably unclear enough or vague enough that, as Commissioner Benson said, that maybe it's just simply a matter of letting the voters decide on that. If you felt that was, not improper, and I don't have any problem with voting for it as it is, as is proposed, to be honest with you. That's just my personal viewpoint, and I think the legal issues aside, which I've been convinced are, well, I'm not sure I've been convinced, but I've heard the arguments from very good attorneys and law professors and such, and so, I think I would just be willing to let the court of public opinion weigh that, whether that was a good choice or not. So I've supported it as it's presented.
Thank you. I'll add that I was told, and I should have brought this data today, that the groups did, because the state legislature has been, so they did surveys among the public around what they thought about the legislature getting paid, what they thought they could get paid, a big public opinion poll. And I think one of the top things that stood out to me was that most people, like a vast majority, thought that they were already paid well. And so folks don't know that our legislature's not paid, and they probably don't really know how much their county commissioner or city councilors are getting paid. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
So I just wanted to thank the board and Rocky for doing this great work. We had this difficult conversation last time. We directed a third party, which I believe is a nonpartisan and separate independent group, which is about the code of ethics and good government, ethical government, and You did a great job of doing this market analysis. I went into the briefing really with a heavy heart, thinking like, how am I going to address this? I feel that you did a very good job talking about that this goes into effect for future commissions, that it is in 2027, that it go, and 2029. I think it was very fairly thought out. I think the comparison with other communities was very, very important to me. One comparison that wasn't made in the documents were city council, our colleagues, our peers, that I feel do very similar work that we do, and this is almost parity with what the city council is currently being paid. And so your strong independent work convinced me that this is a reasonable recommendation to us. So I just wanted to make that, statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barbaca. Okay, I think if, can we, we do have a motion, a second, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Was there, wait, so.
We did, I moved,
You moved,
somebody
you
second.
did, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, and, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you, we have a do pass. Thank you for this work. Exciting. Okay, wonderfulness. It is only 9:44. And we are going to go on to item 10B, County Manager, Economic Development Director Marcos Gonzalez, and Chief. Thank you.
Go ahead first. Okay. Go ahead.
Started. So thank you. I know this is a late hour, but this is actually the season, as all of you know, for our legislative priorities. And what I wanted to share with you is that we're coming to you, obviously, once the session started, because we had some additional information that we wanted to make sure we presented to you. And some of this is very late, and I just want to say, I'll give a couple of examples. The materials you have in front of you both cover the information. You have your booklets and your trifolds. Those are what we've been giving out to the legislature. What we wanted to put in front of you were those items that were prepared either after we had our meeting and/or respond to new things that were coming up in the legislative process. One example, obviously, is the GROW funds that we were unaware were going to become available until last Wednesday. So even though we're asking you to support our asks, and we're doing it after the deadline that they had yesterday at 5. So the point of it really is to sunshine all of this and make sure that you all have an opportunity to see what we're communicating on your behalf. So I'll turn it over.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Court, Chief of Government Affairs. I'm joined in the chambers this evening by one of our contract lobbyists, Dan Weeks. And online, we've got our contract lobbyists, Matt Munoz, Charlie Marcus, Ricky Lee Chavez, and Randy Valverde, to answer any questions that might arise from the commission this evening. The discussion this evening will focus on 3 items, and I'm going to share 2 of them with you. My colleague Marcos Gonzalez will be discussing the affordable housing projects with you. First, I'd like to give your attention to this color-coded document that you got this evening. It's the same document I shared with you via email, but that wasn't color-coded. So we've color-coded it for you this evening. And basically, this is a list of bills that have been introduced at the 2026 legislature, and we've highlighted them for you into 3 colors. Legislation highlighted in green are bills we would like to offer support of in the form of public testimony or letters from Bernalillo County. Those bills include SB 1, an interstate medical compact bill, which passed the Senate and is now being considered in the House. Along with SB 1 are 8 House bills that deal with interstate compacts for a variety of healthcare, counseling, and social work professionals. These bills align with the governor's efforts to improve access to health care by
Just a
New
second.
Mexico
Thank you. Just 1 second. We have a
residents.
question.
I just, can you catch us up and orient us on where you are again? I
Because I
apologize.
couldn't find SB 1 on here.
SB 1, it's not at the top of the.
And I looked where the Senate bills are, and it's not there either.
Okay, so the bills are they were
SB.
sorted in alphabetical order. And I didn't want to change what you received last night. And so SB 1 is going to be, and I'm sorry, I also didn't.
It's okay. The first ones are House bills, and then we get to the Senate bills.
SB 1 is, and I'm sorry, my apologies, I didn't number the pages, so that was my big mistake, and I apologize for that.
You're good. Thank you, Kathy.
SB 1 is
second to last page.
The third to the last, third to the last page. It's taking up one whole page in green. And again, my deepest apologies.
No, don't
DCM
apologize. Thank you.
Archuleta always tells me, don't forget the page numbers, and I forgot them today, and I apologize to you for that. But SB 1 is highlighted on page, the third from the last page. So that's an interstate compact bill. And along with SB 1 littered throughout your pages, in green are other interstate compacts for various healthcare, social service, and counseling professions in the state of New Mexico. And all of these align with the governor's efforts to increase medical care access to residents in New Mexico. Another bill highlighted in green for you is the New Mexico NMFA Water Project Fund legislation. Let me see if I can find that one too. Thank you. It's right above SB 2, is that right? Is that what you're telling me, Steve? Okay. Yes. Yes, it's right. It's on the page preceding SB 2, NMFA Water Project Fund projects. This is a piece of legislation that would authorize the New Mexico Finance Authority to provide loans or grants from the Water Project Fund to 75 entities. And what's mentioned in that bill is money going to Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. The bill is very vague right now. It does say for one water conservation, treatment, recycling, or reuse project. So we're hoping that you will encourage us and support our support of this particular bill. The last bill, SB 2, is another bill that is getting a lot of support from our New Mexico Department of Transportation. And this one is almost on the last page, the second to the last page at the top, SB 2. And what SB 2 would do, it would increase bonding authority to the State Transportation Commission and is supported, as I mentioned, by the New Mexico Department of Transportation. It would raise bonding capacity to $1.5 billion, which would free up state road fund dollars. Those freed up state road fund dollars would then increase the annual transportation project fund from $98 million last year to $155 million for this upcoming year, amounting to $25 million more per New Mexico DOT district, which would really benefit Bernalillo County and the central region as well. Would you like me to stop and pause for any questions on the green highlighted bills?
Does the commission have any questions on the green? I do notice a majority of them are compacts, so I think we've all had that discussion, and you went over the ones that were not. So I feel clear. Thank you for that. Anyone have any questions on the green that they're asking for us to recommend?
Did you talk about SB 8? Madam Chair, I'm still a little confused with, so.
SB 8.
On the last page in green is SB 8.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Lindstrom. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Baca. SB 8 is the last listed bill. That is the Behavioral Health Trust Fund. This is an extension of last year's SB1, and this would transfer $650 million from the state's general fund to the Behavioral Health Trust Fund. And obviously, we are very interested in that particular piece of legislation as well. That would be very helpful.
And can I just ask for clarity that the column that has the representative or legislators' names in it, those are just the sponsors of that legislation, or?
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
A question on SB 8. Is that money in House Bill 2? Mr. Weeks.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Olivas. Not right now, but it will be. A lot of these bills are substantive bills. They have appropriations in them. And they'll pass the bill, they'll strip the appropriation, but they'll put it in the supplemental part of the General Appropriations Act. So if you see a bill that gets stripped of its appropriation, don't get too upset, because it's probably going to be in House Bill 2.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not on the green, so, yes, can we, I don't think we have any more questions on the green. Did you want to explain more about the yellow?
I was going to move next to bills highlighted in red or rose, however color you'd like to describe it in.
You like, Kathy.
Okay. So bills highlighted in red, rose are bills that we would like direction from the Board of County Commissioners. SB 71 is actually listed second on your first page. And this would reclassify 911 public safety telecommunications under the Public Employees Retirement Act, allowing them to access enhanced retirement benefits. This particular piece of legislation is supported by the Metro Fire Chiefs Association, the Fire Service Advisory Council, and the AFSCME Union. So that's the first bill highlighted for you. Would you like me to pause for?
The first red bill, is that what you're saying?
It's on the first page, and it's second listed, and it's called, it started out as a really weird number, and I have a hyphen for you, SB 71.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
On that one, and I know that we have a para board member here, and I mean, I'm not asking you to speak in your role there, so I don't want to put you out of turn, but how does the para board and sort of the retirement community feel about that change?
The board hasn't officially voted on it, but when we did last year, we were neutral on it because it doesn't affect the investment. Where the impact comes is on the employee and the employer changing the percentages in the plan, into the para plan.
So Madam Chair, DCM Reagan, so this is this would have a fiscal impact on our side as far as the cost to fund that retirement?
Yes.
Okay. Does it change the number of years to retirement?
Yes.
Can you speak to that?
And the para board is watching this bill.
If I could, I would like to ask the chief to respond to it.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, that's correct. It would take them to the same retirement plan that the police are currently on. That's the plan that they elected to fall under if this was passed. And it would be an expedited retirement at 25 years, I believe is what it is, for the dispatchers. Currently today, dispatchers in New Mexico, in portions of New Mexico, are classified as clerical. We all know that they do nothing near clerical. They are definitely in the category of first responders. There is movement on the federal side to make that recognition, and this would be us doing similar work on this side. I also do plan to potentially bring a resolution before you at a later date asking that we at least recognize them as first responders internal to Bernalillo County, which doesn't impact para or any of that stuff. It's more just a recognition. But this particular bill would actually give them the para benefit along with the recognition.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to that. I think we should support this. The dispatchers absolutely are first responders. They're the first responders. And I implore you to sit with them and listen for 30 minutes to an hour, and you will walk away with PTSD. They're dealing with auditorily the same trauma that firefighters and law enforcement are dealing with, except that they don't get to respond physically. So it's even harder, and there's so much stress, and it takes a toll on them. So I don't think it's unreasonable. The pay is not the same as sheriff's officers because of the difference in risk. But in terms of them being a first responder, there's no question. The police and the fire department wouldn't be responding if it weren't for them. So I ask you all to support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions about red items? And I think the red indicates that there's direction being sought. Okay, any other?
I would concur with Commissioner Benson on that item and supporting that.
Wonderful.
I would also as well. I think that may help with perhaps the recruitment and retention.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm in support of that also.
Great. And can I ask what the first bill, Kathy, yeah, you were going to go there?
Yes, and I'll continue on the second bill that we wanted to raise with the commission is the first one listed. It has not been introduced yet, but this is something that Mr. Gonzalez has been working on. And so I'm going to let Mr. Gonzalez explain what we're hoping to do with this particular piece of legislation.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this bill is being supported by Representative De La Cruz, who's the Chair of Transportation. Essentially, this would establish the weight allowance for heavy-duty electric vehicles to be the same as natural gas heavy vehicles, and basically removing the battery weight as the component for the weight of the vehicle. This bill is, this move has been supportive by a DOT and MVD as well, and this really provides a competitive nature for electric semis to be more competitive with fossil fueled semis and making it more competitive with diesel ones as well. The state of Arizona and the state of Texas have this similar rule, and federally as well, so it kind of removes New Mexico from being the island in the middle along I-40, and would be also something great for the I-40 trade corridor as well, by allowing us to build out those clean charging stations for the clean semis that are moving a lot of the freight across the country. Stand for any questions.
Thank you for clarity. Any questions on that one? Great.
And finally, the last bill we wanted to flag for you and get some direction on is on page 2, top of the page. It's rose-colored HB 110110. This bill is titled Housing Development Data Reporting. It does require larger local governments in New Mexico to publicly report data about residential building permits and development applications. The county staff has raised some concerns about this bill just because, as currently constructed, it might paint a false picture of what and how fast we are actually speeding along the permitting process. And I'm going to allow Mr. Nick Ham to come up here and join me if you have any further questions about this particular piece of legislation, because he has reviewed it.
Yes, I have questions about this. I'd like to understand what's the tension.
Hello again, Commissioners.
Hello.
Nick Ham, Director of Planning and Development Services. PDS is supportive of the concept, transparency around how we administer our permit processes, priority of our department. The concern that we have with the construction of the bill now is that it only publishes an application date and an issuance date. And it wouldn't capture what I think is the pertinent part of the information, which is days in that period, which is county review. So in a permit, there are often times where one is submitted, there are corrections needed to comply with county code, and then that is what we call waiting on customer period. So for this to be usable and effective, in my opinion, we'd want to distinguish between county review times and customer times. And then I think that would paint a more accurate narrative for folks to understand how quickly the county can administer its processes and how much of that time is spent on customers undertaking their necessary work. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for that information.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
So I think that's a fair point. Why don't we support this with that condition that they, because I think, you know, that sponsor is I know that sponsor. I think she's, you know, very, very intelligent and willing to listen to constructive feedback. And I think that is very constructive feedback. And, you know, I'm happy to raise that with Representative Parajon, as I'm sure our team is as well.
Yes, Mr. Weeks.
Madam Chair and members, as of this morning, I don't think this bill had been world germane anyway. It's still in rules. I looked at it, doesn't have an appropriation. It's probably not germane unless the governor gives the message. So it's great. We can fix it if it gets world germane, but I don't think we're going to have to deal with it.
Thank you for that information. Yes, Mr. Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. Mr. Weeks, is the intent of the bill about timeliness, or is it about just knowing how many houses are being built? There's such emphasis on housing. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of what the intent of the bill is.
Yeah, I can respond to that. I may have a little more information just because I spoke to the folks who worked on the bill. They want to be able to statewide slowly start to figure out how to have shared data across all of our agencies so that there's some consistency about how many permits are actually coming in, what happens to those permits. The problem is that the sponsors were trying to make it easy for every county, and most counties don't have a NIC-HAM, so they were worried about adding too much work, and therefore they sort of undershot in terms of just choosing these 2 data points. I encourage them actually to think about this data point and maybe one other that would actually show not just how many permits, but how many certificates of occupancy, which I thought would actually be the most pertinent thing to know. But they were worried about putting too much burden on the smaller counties and cities, the littler ones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
So, you know, is it okay if I ask on a different item?
Yes.
If we're not restricted to that one? I'm just a little surprised that there's not some other items on this list, in particular revenue items. So, you know, the ones I'm thinking of in particular are gross receipts, tax exemption for medical services. Depending on how that's done, that could have a big impact on county finances. Gross receipts tax deduction for affordable housing is another one that I think has significant fiscal impacts on the county and our operations. So those 2, and then maybe also for Mr. Weeks, this is not so much of one that I would expect we'd be paying attention to, but if you can give any insight into the differences between the executive ask, or the executive recommendation and the LFC recommendation on water. I'm really concerned about the huge gap between where the LFC's proposing to fund the state engineer and the executive. Between the 2 budgets. The LFC is significantly smaller. I'm just wondering if Mr. Weeks has any insight on that, or, you know, we can talk offline about it too, but just curious.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Olivas, I think that recommendation was that low recommendation was kind of a message from the LFC to the state engineer's office for whatever reason. I don't know, but to have that big a difference in the operating budget recommendations between the 2 entities, when the legislature is usually pretty supportive of water. So I don't know whether they're upset with the engineer. I don't know what the situation is. We'll do a little deep dive on that. But hopefully, and we'll stick around and make recommendations during the budget hearings to try and get that appropriation for the state engineer's office back to where it should be.
I would like to make a motion to add support of the executive recommendation for the state engineer.
Second.
Okay. We will, any questions on that? There's a motion, okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Great. Pass to move that into approve. Support.
So on the other, just to respond to the, thank you for raising that. On the GRT for housing, we did have a discussion about that, and I'm not sure if that, is that on the, did that make it? It has a bill number, do you know? It has a little jacket. I know that I'm learning all the language here, so I apologize.
I threw some bills at Shirley's file today when I was reviewing all the bills, and I think they do have numbers.
so
I
this
just
one
don't
does-
have them on the top
No
of my.
problem. Let me just say what the issue here with this bill was. Because we were having the discussion tonight about the rubric, one of my concerns with the current structure of the bill is that the bill didn't give counties like ours the ability to opt out. And so, for example, you might have a housing development you really want to encourage. If they automatically get a tax exemption, my concern is that it's not then an incentive, it's just sort of a basic way of doing business. So we had a concern about that. At the time that, the last time I talked to somebody about the bill, that part of the bill was still being discussed. So we really should have put it on because it's an active bill. But initially, because it didn't have the opt-in, I thought it was antithetical to the actions that you were already considering as a board. So we could, and to be candid with you, having that with an amend for an opt-in, so counties could opt in, would be, I think, a big advantage.
Madam Chair? Yes. So I'd put a motion on the table to support, let me think how we want to word this, to support any bill related to gross receipts tax revenues that allows municipal or county opt-in provision.
Got it.
Do we have a second?
Does that do?
Yeah, I think that's helpful, because then we can write a letter saying enthusiastic, we should just be able to opt in.
Okay.
Enthusiastic, if we are allowed, if that
If we're able to
language-
use that as an opt-in, yeah.
Okay. A second.
Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Discussion, just to clarify, so would we be saying if the legislature passes this GRT exemption, that we could exempt ourselves from that exemption?
Yes, because what it would mean, and this was, again, because we were talking about incentives, what it would mean is that it would give us a tool if we needed to incent a certain type of housing or, affordable housing. What I was concerned about is that if you create that as the floor, unfortunately, you're not necessarily, you're giving up
Everybody
local
just
taxes.
knows.
What's that?
Everybody knows that they're gonna get that.
Right, well, you're giving up local taxes without actually them needing the incentive. And so that, I was concerned about that. The other thing that's kind of unique is that Bernalillo County, the city of Albuquerque, probably Doña Ana, and some of the larger counties and cities have the capacity to sit down, like we were discussing before, negotiate with folks who want a benefit, so that we're, for example, able to use that GRT potentially to extend the affordability life. Because right now, people will come in and say, can we just be affordable for an hour? And then we'll come back to you for money for rehab. I'd like to be able to say, fantastic, can this stay affordable in perpetuity or for 40 years? But that takes that tool off the table. What Senator Padilla explained to me is that what his concern is that a lot of the smaller jurisdictions would never offer it. And so that was his concern, like, how do you make it so that it really does make it easier for housing developers to be attracted to many, many cities and many counties and invest, which was an absolutely fair point. The only challenge is that we're in a different boat. You all do vote to build housing. That's not a challenge for us. The challenge really is getting the conditions on that housing that you all would like to see.
Thank you, Madam County Manager. I understand the logic. I'm not a huge fan of GRT. New Mexico is one of 2 states that charges GRT, and I think we should get rid of it. So while I don't want to see, fluctuations in our tax revenue, I think it's a good move. So I'm not going to support it. But thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and just to clarify for the commission, SB 92 is the bill number, but it's for the exemption of grocery taxes for the construction and for the labor. So like how we're talking about with IRBs, we're just exempting the equipment or the material pieces. This is actually for both the labor and that piece. So it is a very large number that, to Commissioner Olivas' point, would have an impact to our budget that we need to look at. And then currently in it, there's no mechanism to actually do the clarifying, making sure that the developer is actually selling or leasing or whatever to folks that actually meet the Affordable Housing Act. So there's not that due diligence that's there. There's not the MFA that's going in there and actually checking to make sure they're actually doing what they're saying they're supposed to do, to County Manager's point. So it definitely needs more teeth in it as well to making sure that the developer is actually doing what they're saying they're doing.
Yeah, and thank you for filling that in, Marcos.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
And another point of this, maybe lesser so, but I find myself becoming more of a federalist, and that means the opposite of what the word is, right? That local control is really important. And so, we saw in the past, there was the exemption of food from GRT, which, I think was, by and large, that was the right move. It was a good thing for our communities, but originally it held harmless local communities, so the state paid the share. But then they started to phase that out, right? They had a tough budget years, and so they said, no, we're gonna phase that out. And now counties and cities, you're on your own over a period of time. And so I think that, local appropriators need to be the ones making those decisions on their budgets. So I think that's why this is so important. In whether it's the medical GRT or the housing, right, we're the ones that are gonna have to vote to, lay people off for furlough or not give raises or give smaller raises or whatever it may be because the revenue is lower, but we have no control over the revenue if we're being told from the state level, you can't tax this. So that's another big part of my concern, and making sure that it flows to the intended recipient. So, if we want to actually lower rents or increase affordable housing, I have more faith that we can affect that here locally with local control than just by saying broadly, we're going to do this and hope it will come. I think we can be more targeted in our approach. So that's why I really think these are important.
And right now, we're talking about a bill that's not on this list, so would you like to add this as in opposition to this list, or?
No, I'd like to keep the language I use to support with the condition that it allow a local opt-in or opt-out, however, it could be either one, right? It could be opt-in to the exemption or opt-out of the exemption, I guess.
Any discussion? Is that a motion?
I think we already.
Oh, we already did
Commissioner
that one?
Baca seconded, yeah.
Okay. It's getting late. It is late.
But to be clear, does it need to be added to this
Document.
as
Oh, well, we'll.
as an
we
item?
can- We'll add it. I mean, we know what you just told us. That means we write letters and follow up.
Right.
Appropriately.
Can we, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can we vote on it?
Yeah, yes.
'Cause we voted on the other one. So.
Yes, okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye, opposed?
No.
Thank you. Passes 4-1. Kathy Clark.
Okay, and finally, the last bills that I wanted to flag for you are bills highlighted in yellow. They're on the last 2 pages of the document. These are bills that we're just actively monitoring. One is SB 48, which would authorize the State Fairgrounds District to issue up to $92 million in bonds. And the other, SB 2, did pass the Senate. and is now in the House for consideration. SB 2 updates the legal definitions used to determine when someone can be involuntarily committed for mental health treatment or required to participate in outpatient treatment programs. So basically, this bill changes how New Mexico law defines harm to self and harm to others in both the Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities Code and the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Act. So those are the final two bills that we're monitoring, just closely monitoring. I stand for any questions on the yellow.
Thank you. Any questions?
Is there three?
I did want to bring to attention, and I guess, so this, one I want to say about the state fair, we're so late, and I would love for us to get an update, and we do have a new Dina Archuleta, who used to be a commissioner, District 3 commissioner, is watching closely the State Fairgrounds District bond, so is our Nick. But the best short summary I can give folks is that this bond, and Marcos can correct anything I get wrong, this bond is to purchase that last corner of the state fair, clean it out, get that, so this bond, this isn't for beyond that, and just the board voted on it. If there's more questions, I could talk about it more later. I did have my own question around, because I have heard mixed, I want to say clearly that I support an evidence-based way to work on having involuntary holds in our own ordinance. We passed ways that we can ethically and medically accurate, evidence-based support involuntary holds. But I've heard from others that this bill, it does not exactly meet that, and maybe that's why it's yellow. So can we get an update maybe from Dr. Lindstrom on?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, from a policy perspective, this is a tough one because if you're talking about the client's rights advocacy community, if you're talking about the recovering community, they typically are opposed to measures of this type. If you talk to family members, if you talk to advocates for assistive outpatient treatment, which is already in statute in New Mexico, they're very much in favor of these kinds of measures. And so if you are a parent that has an adult child still living at home who has been in and out of institutions, in and out of MDC, et cetera, you know, they are burned out, quite frankly, and want to have their own respite, if you will, and want somebody to basically find a meaningful solution for their loved one. And so that's very legitimate too. But in my experience, I've just seen too many individuals who've had horrific histories of severe mental illness, substance use disorders, et cetera, when given time and treated with dignity and respect and empathy and allowing their process and appropriate diagnosis, treatment, ongoing supports, stable housing, you know, all the things around social determinants of health. I've just seen so many people, and I was a skeptic if you go back 30 or 40 years ago and thought, you know, what other choice do we have? But we've learned so much in all this time, and who do we learn it from? But the very people that have suffered these conditions, and too often involuntary treatment results in the re-traumatization of individuals, and they had significant trauma to begin with. If you talk about behavior on the part of those that suffer early life trauma, they engage in cutting behavior, burning, et cetera, which oftentimes even clinicians interpret as suicidal behavior, and it's really not. It's really that physical pain serves as an anesthetic from having to deal with the emotional pain of, you know, some very early life traumas. So it's
But I guess,
it's very nuanced, et cetera. But for me, in my role, et cetera, I tend to lean, based on the experience I've seen, to stay with the imminent risk of harm to someone else or other. And beyond that, I think it's a slippery slope as we begin to look at, it's like you often hear with, the criminal justice issues, lock them away and throw away the key. Well, we did a lot of that. And now there seems to be increasing advocacy around reinstitutionalizing those with behavioral health conditions. And I think it's a slippery slope. I don't want to go back to what I witnessed, in the 50s and 60s and 70s when people were shackled and naked and, had lobotomies and electroconvulsive therapy without anesthetic, et cetera. So.
and would you say, Dr. Lindstrom, that this bill doesn't meet a current standard that you would say is acceptable? Or is that why it's yellow?
I don't think we have to change the standard that we have, would be my view.
Thank you.
And let me jump in and say why it's yellow. The reason is that your staff doesn't all agree on how we should proceed on this. And what I will just add is that I concur with everything that Dr. Lindstrom said, and I want to emphasize that he is the doctor on the dais. The challenge I think we have is that as we're trying to understand more and more, for example, about how we address those familiar faces that we continue to see at MDC and recognize that we have a small group of people that, we have women who are raped every night on the street and they're addicted to drugs. And I for one, have a hard time understanding how to balance the trauma they're experiencing on the street with a significant addiction and not having a safe environment for people to be stabilized. So the reason we kept it yellow is I think we as a group want to better think about how this applies to all the different work that we're doing. And to be candid with you, I don't know where this bill will go, but the debate is actually a really important one in terms of how do we provide support to a continuum. I mean, we have a really big continuum of people who need help. And I do want to just emphasize one last thing that Dr. Lindstrom said, which is, as human beings, we don't do a good job of controlling other human beings. That's just not what we do well. And I think we have lots of examples of that. And at the same time, we don't have a really robust set of solutions. So one other thing I'll just say is that even if the bill passed, what it would require the state to do is invest in facilities. We don't have them. I think we have 160 beds statewide that someone who's seriously mentally ill can use. And from talking to the warden and the chief and others, people, we have waiting lists for people who are in our custody now who can't get into those facilities. So for me, the debate is really a worthy one because we need more support than we have today for people, for even the folks that fall into the category that Dr. Lindstrom talked about. But the reason it's yellow is we're still thinking about it too.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. I personally have fairly strong feelings about this, that it's something that I'm not against it.
Can you put your microphone on?
I think I have strong feelings that it should be supported, this concept, because it doesn't deal with, and I read the bill this past weekend, that the people that are struggling, talking about people that are incompetent, that cannot make decisions for themselves. That's the level. I've done mental health incompetency hearings in my early part of my career, and it's a very clear distinction between somebody who is struggling with a mental health issue versus somebody who simply is not competent to make a decision as to whether or not they need treatment or not. I think what this does, just in reading the summary, is it removes certain standards that probably don't make any sense. Extreme destruction of property is removed as a grounds for involuntary commitment, which I think makes sense. Because somebody has a fit and they break, a piece of furniture, doesn't mean they should be committed. It says removes explicit reference to suicide as a standalone factor. That kind of makes sense to me. Somebody's just, again, mad in an argument, as opposed to redefining what I think is really important, where they threaten to harm themselves. The threat to harm themselves or harm others. And it's not just, saying that, but it focuses on inability to meet basic needs like food, shelter, medical care, or self-protection that could lead to death or serious injury. I think we're talking about two different groups of people struggling with mental health issues, behavioral health issues, addiction issues versus somebody who simply does not have the ability to make wise decisions for their own personal livelihood, safety, well-being. So I do know also that it passed the Senate 37-3, if I'm not mistaken, so it has strong support in the Senate. So I just think it's something that is worthy of looking at. It is not for purposes of warehousing people, in my opinion, is for the purpose of providing support for people that need it and cannot get that themselves because of the condition they're in. Whether they eventually will or not, I do not know. It depends on the medical treatment and care they receive. But I do think that it is not intended to warehouse people, it is intended to help people. So for what it's worth, that's my take on it.
I think Mr. Weeks has something to add. Yes, Mr. Weeks?
Madam Chair, just briefly, this is a governor's bill. It's one of the top priorities that she has. It's on what they're calling the rocket docket, which is a series of about 15 bills that they're trying to move within 2 weeks. So whatever your decision is, it is. I just want to let you know that there's a lot of motivation and the governor's adamant about this.
Yes, so it sounds like we're,
I'm fine with us continuing to monitor. I'm not going to move that we support it. I don't think it's going to make much difference one way or the other, but I'm just saying there's another side to that story, yeah.
yeah, I think we talk about that side a lot here, and we're trying to focus on that side as the county, and we do have protections for this. What I worry about is that the nuance, because we've seen for the past, the governors continue to try, but when, what is the outcome of it? Does it mean jails? Does it mean facilities? And then also what I've learned in all these years is that there's a difference. Some places do them for, it's meant to be temporary, right, to stabilize somebody with a severe mental illness. And I think I don't know what this one says, but I know one of the ones of the special session was like involuntary commitment up to like a year. So those are different than like other states that do a 72-hour hold or some that'll do a up to 2-week hold. So those are just all very nuanced. I agree with everything you're saying as far as the need. And I also just want to say out loud that we were told, and I don't know that everybody here, but we held a meeting, myself and Dr. Lindstrom, because we learned that the Crisis Triage Center at North Campus does not actually do what we were all told that it was going to do, that we cut a ribbon for, that said it was going to be the no-stop, the medical place that people could get these involuntary necessary holds. We all believe that it was there. There's not currently a place in the whole entire state of New Mexico that does that. So when we consistently see folks in the streets and we can't meet their needs, and that we have been spending millions of dollars saying we're going to get there, we are not there. And when we met with UNM, I said it's not facilitated for that. I said, well, how do we make it? And their answer to me was that we'd have to build a whole nother building. So maybe that's not true, but that was the answer to me. And so yeah, we need to work on this. Another, yes, $40 million building that took a lot of years and effort and these same conversations that happened that is not meeting that need. So yes, let's continue to monitor this. Thank you for this very detailed.
One last bill, yellow bill I missed, and I'm going to let County Manager give a little bit more detail about it. It's listed on the second page, on the back of your second page. It's a very small sliver of yellow. That's why I missed it. It's a Senator Block bill regarding special zoning districts in County Manager. I added that, and I hope you can explain a little bit more.
Right, wake up, little buckaroo. All right. This one is, you all may know that we had been getting complaints for a number of years, I think in particular Commissioner Benson, about a zoning district we have in Paradise Hills. And we're one of only 3 counties that have these standalone zoning districts. And one of the challenges is they don't have staff, they don't have resources, and we get a lot of complaints about the inconsistent treatment of the people who live in that area that rely on zoning, including some small businesses who've been struggling. So Senator Block had also been receiving
some complaints and really wanted to address this and met with us to better understand what it would take to address it. So what he's asking for is the elimination of these random zoning boards so that we can put all of that work back under our planning department where it belongs.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this would need the governor's call, correct? Okay.
Yes. Okay, great.
Okay. Are we
Thank
good
you.
to move on?
Yes.
You're not done with me yet, I'm sorry. The
Well,
second motion on your
Wait,
agenda.
if we could just stay with the first one. So on this one, what I would like to ask, I just want clarification, Chair, from you about, on the fairgrounds, do you want it to stay a watch?
Yes, just
Okay.
stay a monitor, and I can explain more, or if anybody else wants. But right now, the board voted for it. We're not in opposition. The board that includes representatives from this community agreed to take out that corner as part of the development, and that's what this is for, and it shouldn't be. And thankfully, we have Dina, if anything changes or gets changed from what it's currently, we know it as, then she'll bring it to us.
Fine, I just wanted to make sure. And on the zoning, what I would like to do is a letter of support. I would request that from you as a commission. In part, I want Senator Block to understand that we appreciate that he heard the community because he's getting a lot of complaints. I know Commissioner Benson does and our planning department. So at the very least, being able to demonstrate interest in this, even if it doesn't end up on the governor's call list, would be my request.
Madam Chair, yes, please. I adamantly support this. It's such a pain, and it's a pain for the county to have to interact with the Paradise Hills zoning committee. They don't return calls. Yeah, it's very difficult. They don't serve the community. We're still responsible in a lot of ways for them, but then we don't have any authority. So I think this is a good move, at least to show support. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Buck.
I have some constituents that have been very engaged up there. I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but I could not vote to support a letter of support to, is it Senator Block, on this without consulting them, so I can't support a letter of support. I don't know enough about it. It's a teeny tiny yellow line that we're just hearing about tonight. So I think it's, I would love to talk to you, but there's been a lot of commotion about it, but there's not been any kind of action by our West Side Coalition of Neighbors who they're engaged in that. It may be a bad thing, but I don't know that. So I don't think it's advisable for us to send a letter of support to the senator without more information. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, do we want any follow-up on that?
If I may, we have a legislative update scheduled for every meeting in February as well, so February 10th and February 25th. As Mr. Weeks has said, this hasn't been even deemed germane as of yet, so we can keep it on the list for February 10th and provide you another update. Where is it? Has it moved at all? And then maybe discuss it at that point. The other thing I'd like to invite you all to do, please, is if you do have bills that you're very interested in, please let me know what those bills are and I will add them to this list. I try and review every day all the bills that are being filed and introduced. I've got staff doing it as well and all the different departments who are raising bills, to my attention. Please, I would greatly appreciate your input. I'll add your bill that you want to know more about. We'll get you some details, your summary, and maybe some staff input for you. I'm happy to do that. More eyes, the better, because this is really hard to track one person, it's just hard. So I'd like to make that invitation to you as well.
Okay, great. So, and it sounds like it may not even be germane, so right now monitoring is a good move. Okay, this is our priority list with the changes we made. I move that we approve as with the discussion here. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, any opposed? Great. Passes. Thank you for this incredible work, everybody.
Very good. The second motion that I'm going to talk about is a request to approve our 2026 GROW funding requests. On Tuesday of last week, we were informed that GROW Fund projects would be funded in House Bill 2. Lawmakers were given until yesterday at 5 p.m. to submit their appropriations. And so that means our team up front here, we worked in a matter of 48 hours to pull together our project proposals, our summaries. We printed them with the help of our lobbyists. We distributed them on Friday. We were talking to lobbyists, all of our lawmakers on Friday. And so we were able to wrangle 12 very good projects together across the board. Those projects are listed for you. I actually gave you the whole booklet that we were handing out to our lawmakers on Friday. So we've got 12 projects that we have asked lawmakers to consider support, and we won't know what they actually wrote down on their pieces of paper and submit it to the majority leader's office until we get the bill, the final bill in House Bill 2. So I stand for any questions on that. As County Manager mentioned, we had to move quickly to meet the deadline and at least be considered for funding. And so it was a very, very quick turnaround, but it's kind of a retroactive, forgive us, we did this because we had no time. And it happens every year. We lesson learned for 2028. Lesson learned for me is that we're going to have project proposals ready, whether we're hearing yes, it's a go, or no, it's not, because that's what we've been hearing for the last time. Well, we're not probably going to have a GROW fund. Oh yeah, maybe we will. That's what we were hearing for the last year. And then on Tuesday, we're going to do it. They're going to do it. Get your project proposals in.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
we'll do it better next year.
I
Madam
think
Chair,
you're
I'd make a
doing
motion
great,
to
and we
approve.
just need to keep rolling with the flow. Yes, Commissioner Olivas?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion, a second.
I have a question.
Yes.
So we just have an electronic copy of that? Is that what, the packet that you just showed?
The GROW,
We have
the GROW packet.
I sent it electronically and it's part of your agenda packet, but I'm happy to print these out and drop them off at your office.
We're just making sure, she's just making sure what we have in front of us. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, yes, Vice Chair.
Just a question, how much money is involved is it per legislator? Is that what we're doing, how much?
Put your microphone on. He's asking how much is the per senator per representative?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the senators were told $600,000 each, that they could divide up to 4 projects at $150,000 for each project. House members were given $360,000 each for up to 2 projects at $180,000.
Thank you.
It's not as much as they got in 2024.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We have 2 more? Yes.
So the, Madam Chair, so the next one is an update on our affordable housing requests, and I realize between you and your pillow. So I'll be very quick.
It's okay.
So we did create a quick slide deck. And this, unfortunately, this wasn't part of your packet, and we'll get it to you. So it's Burnco's Pathway to Zero. Again, we're asking for funds to be placed into HB2 and a total of about just over $98 million in funding. We're putting that into gap financing for new construction or expansion of affordable housing, the preservation of expansion. So this is actually purchasing similar to Poblana Place, purchasing existing apartments and having them be affordable housing into perpetuity, and also the rehab for housing. And then actually something new is asking for voucher money as well for actually doing our own voucher program through the state with the uncertainty of what's happening at the federal level, at the HUD level. And then homelessness prevention and rehousing, again, this is additional funds to be using to rapidly rehouse folks. And this is used like a rental assistance program. And this is just a quick map of all the areas, and we'll get this to you to show how it's spread out throughout the different districts. This map also includes the city's projects that the city's also asking for in similar fashion as well. For the gap financing, we're asking for $58.5 million. We were looking for projects that would actually be operational by 2027, so that's how we came down to this list here. For the preservation, we found properties that were ripe for the picking that don't need any work to house folks, and so there'll be 14 million that we're asking for, and then $2 million for housing rehab. That's rehabbing folks' homeowners' homes and keeping them housed and keeping them from becoming homeless. This is just a quick overview of the AMI level for folks to show where the assistance would be at based on income level. And just as a quick update, this is the updated for 2025. The median income in Bernalillo County is $91,400, but as we know, many families are well below that and still need assistance, and where housing is becoming more than 30% of their income, which is really negatively impacting them. For the housing voucher program, we're asking for just under $15 million in funds, and it would be pushed into 3 different voucher type buckets, and we aim to assist just about 1,100 households in Bernalillo County. Homelessness and prevention, asking for $10.9 million. Just to clarify, we received $1.5 million, and the staff's already burned through that amount of funding, and we've helped a huge amount of people, and we're getting additional funds that was partnered with APS, and we have a big wait list as well, and probably will burn through that funding really quickly. And so this is showing that at the current rate, we'll continue to use those funds. And with that, I stand for any questions. For clarification, this funding we're asking this funding be placed into House Bill 2, similar to the way it was done last year. But with that, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for that quick, you were becoming a fast speaker. That was great. And yeah, we had great success. Any questions about this for this year's appropriation request? Yes, Commissioner Baca.
Just really quick. The full 98 million that is a wish list, the amount that we are requesting along with the city is to back up the governor's ask in the House Bill 2 of 110 million statewide. Is that right?
Well, it's more than that. So we were 98, right? And they
Yes.
were.
I think, Madam Chair and County Manager, I believe the full request is over $100 million, probably closer to like $150 million, if I remember.
You mean between the city and the county?
Between the two of us.
Between the city and the county, but the governor's is actually asking for like about $100 million that would be done through an RFP process. But together, both entities are asking for, again, about in that range.
And I'll just add to all of you that one of the things that we've been telling people, and I'm just really proud of our staff, our whole staff, by this month, like in just a couple days, we will have invested, of the 61 million we received, actually it's more than that, we will have invested 80% of it. Well, 79, I'm rounding up, but 80%. And in terms of the prevention program, we have helped over 500 families not be evicted or taken off the streets and put into permanent housing. Your staff has just done a remarkable job.
What a
Very
great
proud of them.
Good job.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, that number between the city and the county's wish list combined is about $180 million.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And by the way, we were encouraged to put the whole amount out and not to try to right-size it so that we could just be very candid about what we could do with that amount of money.
And Madam Chair, who right sizes it? House Appropriation?
I mean, right now, it looks like a rugby game to me, so I don't entirely understand that.
Madam Chair, that would be with, of course, House Appropriations and Senate Finance, and then, of course, and how they work together on that.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank Commissioner Baca, because we actually spent all day Monday in 2 hearings to learn about housing, and they're going to do it again on Monday, so she's my carpool buddy.
Okay, I move we approve the transitional affordable housing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yay, have a pass. And our last, number grow request for Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative.
Madam Chair, correct, this was also a GROW request that we had also put in there for the Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative to have some, asking for some GROW funds from some legislators. This would be used for planning purposes and kind of looking at maybe strategic planning purposes that they're looking at doing. This is combined with, was submitted with the other GROW requests as well. That was part of the packet that you all received.
Any questions? I move approval. Any questions, discussion? Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Sorry, I gabbled before. Mr. Weeks, do you want to say some last bit of something?
Madam Chair and members, I've got some homework for you. I think that the capital outlay deadline for legislators to fill out their forms is on Monday, I believe. So if you have a chance over the next few days, make a few phone calls. I think you have your list. We've given out the trifolds and all the data. So you might want to call your legislators from your area and just remind them, because they need to be reminded.
Got it.
So that they don't forget something. And anyway, hope we do good.
Thank you. Okay, if we are finished for the evening. Okay, the announcement of the next commission meeting, Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 will be the zoning meeting at 3 p.m. here in Ken Sanchez Chambers. And also Tuesday, February 10th will be the administrative 5 p.m. meeting here also in Ken Sanchez Chambers. If there's no other business, this meeting is adjourned. 10:48. I didn't make it till 11. I know, man.